Okay. Welcome, everybody, to a Canadian Computer Collector live stream. I have with me Steve from Mac84 doing his best impression of a gopher, or a prairie dog, or another small woodland rodent-like creature. And then we also have Bruce from Branchus Creations, or Branchus, however you're feeling at the time that you pronounce it. So, welcome both of you. Today we're doing something cool. We are live stream soldering. Oh, yeah. I feel like I have two of the right guys here.
No.
So for those who might not know, and I'm sure everyone does, both of these gentlemen have much larger and more successful channels than mine, and a lot of what they do is electronics repair, classic retro tech repair, and a lot of soldering. And actually, Bruce has one of the, shall I say, flagship how-to soldering videos out there. It's a real beaut.
It's got 8 billion views.
That's right.
So, I did give that to you as homework. Did you actually watch it?
I did indeed, yes. And we will be using solder at, I believe, 750 degrees Fahrenheit, unless it's lead-based, at which point it would be 850 degrees Fahrenheit.
Other way around, I think. Yeah, but that's okay.
Oh, heck, never mind. That's why you guys are here. Anyway, part of this I wanted to do was to just keep everything in the package until we got on camera, because Bruce gave me a list of stuff to buy. That was also part of the homework for this assignment. But before we do, I should say I like to think that I was getting my start this weekend by doing some Ukrainian painted eggs.
That's soldering for you.
Yeah. So you use this funky little tool to melt the wax, and then you go to town and dye the egg after the fact. So yeah, that's very exciting.
I think you should do that with your motherboards. You should just put wax all over them.
Well, that would be a great idea for preservation. You know what I mean? We could start dunking motherboards into beeswax, or what's the wax that hippies always buy?
Oh,
you'll have to ask a hippie. I'm sorry.
What's that? I don't know. The one where I think they're always making candles out of it. I don't know, something like
earwax. That sounds organic.
Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. Anyway, okay, so Bruce, maybe I'll go through some of these items, and you can let everyone know what it is that we're looking at, because I am, of course, the noob here.
It's a box.
Now, there is one little warning that I need to give before we go much further, and that is, by the end of this, you will realize that there are a lot more things you need to buy. And that's just how it goes with this particular hobby. So,
yeah.
That's all fine. We've got the basic starter kit there. You can get rolling. But you will, by the end of this, we'll be doing stuff, and I'll say, you know what, if you had a that would make it a lot easier. So I'm just preparing you just from the outset. Just be ready.
And ideally, by the end of this, I'll have a list of that I'll be ordering off of Amazon.
Yep, exactly.
Toot sweet, as the French would say. Okay, so let's start with what might be considered the meat and potatoes of this thing. And admittedly, I've looked inside this box already. This is a Shine Now.
Shine now.
Not yesterday. Not tomorrow. Now.
You better be shining now.
Money down.
Okay, so strong smell of plastics and other things. All right, this is the Shine Now T12 soldering station. Has an instruction book.
Ooh.
And this is the station here.
Does yours have a thermonuclear setting like mine did?
Let's see if this helps you. So put that down there.
Mine isn't shining. Do I have a problem?
You have Oh, Steve, are we matching?
No, mine has a thermonuclear option. I don't know if yours came with that.
So,
that's
can I just mention something just straight off the bat? I did a similar thing with Steve a while ago, where he was looking for some recommendations of soldering stations to buy, and I gave him some recommendations, and then he chose to buy something a little cheaper. So that's why he's had
Bruce tried to kill me. Bruce tried to kill me. That's what he.
So you will find
trying
that
to eliminate the competition.
both you and I, Dan, we have shine now on the front of our soldering station, whereas Steve has something else.
Steve's in Cyrillic or what?
It's just one of those words where there are just way too many consonants in a row. So
okay, 3 T's in a row in the middle of the word. Okay, so now other things that came with this. These I assume are soldering tips. These little needle-like items.
They are. Sorry, they are. Yes, that is correct. So what you have there, they are referred to as, well, they're soldering iron tips, and they are T12 tips. And it's very important to note that with the T12 tips, this is them here. The T12 tip is different to a lot of soldering iron tips. A lot of them, what they do is they have the heater in the handle, and then you just drop a little piece of metal on top of that heater. Whereas these T12 tips, the heater is actually the tip itself, and that produces much more efficient heat transfer. But another nice thing about it is you can see from this, the darkening at the end, is that the tip only gets hot at the end. So you can actually, under certain circumstances, remove the tip.
So like this is what you're talking about in your video. This is sort of like the transferable, like empty the clip, reload, quick GoldenEye reload, you know? That's
the one. Now, the only downside with that is it's a little bit trickier with this handle, but not impossible. You'll find that it won't be getting very hot here. Test it first, of course, but you should be able to theoretically undo this, whip this off, and then remove that tip should you need to swap tips mid-soldering.
I use a pair of pliers because I'm afraid.
How far is it supposed to oh, it slides in all the way. Okay.
All the way.
Yeah, here we go. Here we go. We'll slide it out, slide it in.
Oh, there you go.
Slide it out, slide it in.
See, mine is different.
So I've got some bad news there for you, Dan. You need to take that cuff entirely off in order to install that tip properly.
Okay.
So screwy cuff thing. That needs to come off all the way. Right. Now you put the tip in.
Okay. So was I ruining it there just before this?
Yeah, totally.
Completely ruined it.
And then you put that on and hold it.
Okay, I see. All right.
Now, can we have a look at what tips did you get there?
Let's make big so everyone can see.
Is this the oh man, I'm using the droid cam for this, so like I don't know where my focus point is, but
no, you're good.
Okay, so this is is this what you would call a conical tip?
That is correct, and that's probably what came with it, because that's what came with mine.
That's one of them. Now this one also came with it. This is kind of like a spatula or a blade.
Yep. So that's what do they call those? What do they call those?
Chisel, right?
Chisel tip. That's the word. That one there is going to be really good for heat transfer, because with that being a great big tip like that, that'll get the heat where you want it to go. So if you're in a situation where this soldering iron's just not doing the melty stuff, you can whack the tip in like that and get some really hardcore heat where you need it.
So if you're notice how Bruce is using the technical terms, melty stuff.
Yeah, right. Things like if you want hardcore heat, you need a big tip, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, enough of that. So moving right along here, I think there were some extra tips that you had me order.
Yes, I probably did have you do that, because I was going to ask you that.
Oh, you know what? I should also mention that this came with another standard power cable, so I think I'm up to about 1,000 of these.
I'm running low. Can I have some? No, they probably won't fit in my socket. So.
Oh, you know what? This also came with a little, what appears to be spring. Is that solder?
It is indeed. You've got a
solder coil.
Absolutely, and that looks like a lovely little solder coil. So we can use that one.
2% flux with a diameter of 1 millimeter.
Mm-hmm.
Or you could say 1 point ohm.
Now, just an important thing there. If you just show that to the camera again, there, Dan. If you can see there, it says SNPB 6337.
Yeah.
And what that's telling you it is 63% tin and 37% lead. That's what that solder is.
Okay. So this is leaded solder then.
It is indeed leaded solder. So what I would suggest is, while you're using, don't eat it. That's one very, very important tip. And while you're using it, try not, if you've been handling the lead, try not to put your hands in your mouth or touch your eyes or anything like that. Because
I am not good at that.
One alternative is to wear gloves while you're working with leaded solder. That's not a bad tip to have.
Okay.
Because we're all about
okay. Not sure I have any gloves. You know what though? I think I ordered another solderer wire, so we'll see what that one's made out of. But yeah, so this is a really good thing to know then. And then a neat thing that I remembered from your intro solder video is how a lot of solder has flux inside of it, which is probably what the 2% flux represents.
Yes, now that's right. In actual fact, if you were going to be buying some solder these days, you would really have to specify specifically. That's what you do with specifications. You would need to ask for fluxless solder, because pretty much all standard solder, you will generally get flux in it. You'll get a quantity of flux running down the core of it. And so that one there, that is no exception. You can buy solder with no flux in it. But as I say, it's the exception. If you just go and buy solder, you're likely to get flux in it.
Yeah, well, I got to say, as a total noob, that surprised me. I just thought solder was straight up melty metal.
Yeah.
Okay,
so much more complex.
Here we have 4 additional tips that Bruce had me pick up. So let's click these open and take a look at what we got.
See what we've got in there.
So this is a much smaller version of the hardcore heat big tip.
Okay, that's a really good one to have. That's one that I have used a lot.
So by comparison, that is the size difference. Not bad. Next up, this one comes right on it.
Yeah, do they have the actual code written on the side of them there? The little sticker running around the outside.
Would that be the A-07A03F07?
It should start with T12 is the code, so it should be like T12 dash.
Okay, so the one we just looked at, the tiny tip, ladies, was T12-KU.
Okay, good.
T12Q. This one is a T12BC2, and this is kind of like the end of a lipstick.
So what you have there is a bevel tip, and can I tell you that particular tip you have there is probably the one I use the most. Like 95% of the soldering I do uses that tip.
Very cool.
Yeah, buy another one when that one wears through, just so you have it.
How long do tips last typically?
It depends on how much soldering you do.
Okay.
I probably get maybe 6 to 12 months out of one, as long as I don't break it and snap it or something like that.
Okay, well then that's not so bad. All right, here's a T12BL. This is a very sharp point. Like
that's for your nose.
Yeah. Oh.
A double
that would hurt a lot.
I don't think I have one of those. Oh, maybe I do. But anyhow,
that's T12BL.
BL.
Brotherly love. Okay, and then lastly, we have, this is a T12K. This is sort of the mid-range of that.
Yeah, I got one of those as well.
This might be the same size. Yeah, I got 2 T12Ks. Well, who knew one came with the soldering kit? So we got 2 of the big tips to create hardcore heat.
Wonderful.
Ladies. Okay, so we'll get those tips all in the corner here. Next up, this plastic out of the way. got this lovely little station with a holster. Oh, Bruce, look at all those tips.
Look at them. A tip for every day of the week.
You can satisfy even the finest of PCBs.
Exactly.
All right, so we've got this little station with this nifty kind of bag of metal coils.
Let's have a look here. Oh yes, that's right. So what you got there, that's kind of like a scouring pad, but I believe it's copper. I think it's made out of copper rather than being made out of, or it might be brass. I don't know. Whatever it is,
Right.
it is. It's designed to try and draw, clean the tip of your iron. So while you are, and that is a genuine Hacko brand there, my friend. So you should be very proud of that. You actually have some Hacko soldering equipment now. So
yeah, look at that.
So yeah, basically when your iron if starts looking a little bit black and dull and whatnot, you can just give a little stab into that, stab, and just
actually just like this.
Yeah, just like that, exactly like that.
Just like this.
You are a natural.
All right,
Let's do that for another 20 minutes.
Like this.
Just for another 20 minutes. Yeah, you're fine. No, we're
Like this? Okay.
Please stop.
He's teasing you.
So now this is another Hacko product. This is the holder.
Oh, that's the stand. That is a nice looking stand too.
It's a fine looking stand. It's kind of big for the camera here, but let's bring this up to the.
Now, do you see that little gold thing that we were just playing with?
Yeah.
That goes into the little hole at the front of that stand.
Oh yes. Would you look at that? Would you look at that, folks?
See?
Would you just look at it?
No one would ever accuse Hacko of doing things half-assed. Look at it. Beautiful.
That is absolutely gorgeous. Freaking gorgeous, as they'd say in Jersey, right, Steve? They love freaking down in Jersey, is what I understand.
No comment.
So then this rests sort of in there. All right. We got our coil. We got our tips. Okay. Coming up next. This is Desoldering Braid.
I don't know about you, but I'm getting excited.
Are you a big Braid fan or what?
No, I'm just looking at all these things. We're almost ready to solder. This is fantastic. Okay, so there you go. It's got some solder braid. Excellent.
Superwick solder braid. Somehow that is the exact same.
Yeah, put your thing right through there. Just melt everything. Make a mess.
Now here we have Sane Smart Power to the Makers solder water. First one of the night. Okay.
Ready to come.
Have a look.
So, okay, now this is the same chemical composition, I believe.
Yep. Cool.
This is the 6337 tin lead solder. So we are leaded tonight, folks.
The cheaper ones will just give you plain old, 4060. But no, we've got the fancy stuff.
Yeah. I'm not interested in 4060. Okay.
What was the diameter of the solder that you just had a look at there? The one that you just had in your hand?
The diameter is 0.6 millimeters.
That's a much more practical size for the sorts of things we're doing here. I use a 0.5 millimeter.
Yeah.
So yeah, no, that's a good.
That's 2 millimeter, and I mean that looked like I said, it looked like a spring, like that you would use on a door top or something.
Too big.
That's pretty thick. Talking about thick. Okay, coming up next we have Amtech NC559 V2TF Tacky Solder Flux.
Now, Dan, have you managed to see any of the controversy that has happened with that flux of late?
A little bit.
Now,
I'm curious to see which one I got.
Well, let's have a look. What does it say on it? Well, you almost definitely, because of the time you bought that, you've been hanging on to this stuff for quite some time, haven't you?
Few months, yes.
Yeah. Now that there is almost definitely says Inventec on the label.
It says Amtech.
On the right hand side. Let's have a look. It's advanced. Yes, okay. You have the Amtech there, and let's have a look at the color of it. Maybe flip it around a little bit.
Yeah, it's kind of a honey color.
Now that looks to me like the new formula. We'll soon find out. You can see when you start melting it what it smells like. We'll know what you've got. But that looks light enough to be the new formula.
It's quite pretty.
How does it taste?
Okay, yeah.
So
What do we eat, Steve?
I'm going
Dan
to
fell over. He got sick.
Here we go. I'm going to
finally drank that isopropyl, didn't he?
Overdosed on the ISO. Rookie mistake.
So this is the older V2. Can you see how it's more of a honey?
Yeah. Much darker.
See that? Yeah. So whereas the new formula, which is floating around here somewhere, no. Yep, the new formula. You see, it looks much closer to the color you have, doesn't it? It's that more of a, creamed honey color.
Very creamy. Very creamy. So that's the good stuff then.
Yep, it is indeed. In future, I would probably point you towards a different one. Now that all of this stuff has come to light, but what you have there is quality of rugs.
Well, that's good. Okay, so I'm just trying to see. Okay, yeah, this is for the board. All right, so next up we have a whack load of heat shrink.
I just very quickly.
Is this one that you told me to get, Bruce?
No, you did that all by yourself. So I'm just going to quickly show this little message here to Jay. As a newbie to soldering, should I be spending lots of dollars on soldering equipment? Also, what would those who have been soldering a while start with soldering? So this is pretty much where we are here right now. So what happened was, Dan contacted me and said, I want to get started on this stuff. What's my shopping list? And I pretty much recommended these items. So I would consider a lot of these. I mean, you can do it cheaper, but I would consider these to be, a budget shopping list. And we'll probably put some information about these in your description at some stage. I would guess. Would we, Dan? Would that be what we would do?
Yeah, I think so.
No, Dan doesn't want to help anybody. He's very selfish.
I help no one except Joe Camel. Because smoking is what's really cool. Okay. All right. Now, the last thing that I picked up, and this is not something that Bruce suggested, but this is something that I found online, or maybe somewhere along the way you did. I don't know. But it is a training board. And I figured it'd be what we might want to work on in just kind of getting started. So I've got this little
whip out the Workgroup Server 95. Just start on that.
Now, can I show you something a little bit exciting, Dan?
Yeah.
This might excite you, so just be prepped.
I'm ready. Okay.
Okay.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Yeah.
Wait. I have one of those too.
You jerk. Yeah, this is what I have to work because I haven't ordered capacitors for anything because I'm not entirely certain what I require. But it came with this lovely package of little strips.
You got little baby components.
Beautiful.
This is like very tiny stuff. And it says SMD soldering practice, and I think we can just leave that alone.
You might look. I'm not gonna. At the end of the day, this is probably the correct path to take, but it is a little bit of a kind of running before you can walk type thing. I would usually recommend to people to try a little bit of through-hole soldering before they get into the surface mount. But you know what? Stuff it. Let's just do it.
Well, you know what? I can grab something from a crappier machine if we wanted to muck about, but what sort of thing are you thinking of there? I wasn't
You know what?
100% sure if this was.
This is a practice board. And if we're dealing with a practice board, then we practice. If it doesn't work, it breaks or whatever, who cares? It's a practice board. We're practicing.
Okay. Sounds good.
All I would say is, how are your eyes?
Pretty good.
Good, because mine are awful.
Okay.
So when
How's
you're
your
doing
tongue?
when you're doing this sort of surface mount soldering, being able to see what you're doing is really important. So I recommend.
Right, yeah, these don't go through, do they?
No,
They're just right on the surface. Hence, surface mount.
Yeah. So I wear these.
Okay.
You know those magnify goggles that you put on and stuff? I'd recommend getting yourself a pair of those at some stage in the future.
Very good.
Things that
That's one of those
on
things to add to the list of.
Yeah, that's right. Exactly. That's the one.
Oh, look, check it out. This is my Asus ePad box from when I had an ePad.
That was the one you said was really good.
See it? It's 3 E's. It's an ePad.
Environmental e-waste EAP. Yeah, that's...
Okay, so let's get all of this stuff set up and ready to use.
Now, can I just mention a couple of things really, really quickly before we go on? Because this is your stream, Dan. I don't want to overtake it. But
no, Brooks, you're the expert. So are you, Steve?
I'm the core gesture.
One of the nice things about this board is we have all of the soldering to be done on this side, but on the other side is actually some kind of interesting information here. We won't actually be putting any components on this, but you can see there's a little ruler here.
Yeah.
We've got a few standard sizes of components here. We don't even need to solder anything on these. So you've got this QFP. It stands for Quattro Formaggio Pizza. You've got you've got all of these different size, thicknesses and stuff like that. So it's and then you have these little codes here. You probably can't see this because I'm probably not even zoomed in. I might just zoom quickly, so just in case. So you've got like these little codes. You've got like 0402. That's talking about the size of the component. So 0402, 0603, 0805, and 1206. And they actually refer to the width and the length. So a 0402 is 0.04 of an inch in length and 0.02 of an inch in width. So
wonderful.
Nice little guide on the back of this one as well, just letting you know.
Excellent.
That's very useful because then when you order capacitors and such, you have a little bit of a guide that may or may not help you out.
An idea of what size I'm getting.
Yeah. Do you have a caliper? It's a measuring tool.
I don't believe so.
Get one.
I have a ruler.
So you want
a nice ruler too.
You'll want to get one of these. They're very cheap. They're about $10 or so. A digital one helps, but especially when you're going to be ordering capacitors, you want to generally be able to measure the width of an older capacitor or the height of an older one, because you will find that, especially for the through-hole capacitors, you will not be able to get the identical size that they make. So you want to use your best judgment, and by being able to measure it. So I'll take this capacitor here. Mm-hmm. And I'll say, okay, I'm going to measure this. This is 4.3 millimeters wide, and this is about 7 or 8 tall. So I know, when you go to order capacitors, they'll tell you, the good sites will tell you the length.
That's a great little tool.
Yeah, so like $10, well spent. Don't be like me. And I read the reviews of this, and people were like, it's inaccurate, blah, blah, blah. So I got the one without the numbers on it. And then I was like, wait, I'm an idiot. Bruce was like, you just get the $10 one. It's fine. So, make your life easy.
We have had an offer from one of our Mac84 brethren as to whether we would like him to jump on in the background as a producer to keep an eye on the chat and potentially bring messages.
Yeah, absolutely. The more the merrier.
Okay. So that
is that Jay or is that Mike or who are we talking about?
I got no idea. I just saw it flash up.
His name is Yaj.
Yaj, eh?
Oh, yes. Yeah, it's Jay. Yeah.
His name is Yaj. For a minute there, I thought you were talking about a real person.
Hey, that's what you get. The court gesture, just making the dumb jokes. Hey.
I'm wiping down this Army Painter cutting mat because this is a nice little surface. Although this one, I admit, has a lot of like glue that's hardened on it into little volcano-like structures.
What I'm going to be doing, Dan, is while you're doing this, since I have this stupid 840 AV board in front of me, I'm going to be torturing myself. So when you feel good about what you're doing, just know that I'm going to feel 10 times worse.
You have an 840 AV board going on there, Steve?
Yeah,
Spicy meatball.
If only you knew the story, Dan.
Yeah, well, let's hear it. We got time.
All right, so for the people who do not know the saga behind this terrible thing, I bought one of these, in 2007 or 8 for $5, the whole machine. And the Quadra 840 AV is one of those machines that when it comes up for auction, you could at least consider.
The last one went crazy.
Yeah, they go for. There's one on eBay that has a bid of $600 or so, and it's like in not working shape. But anyway, I bought it for $5, and this was one of the machines that I loved playing around with. And for whatever reason, I stopped messing about. And back in 2017, I said, "Oh, I've failed to recap one board. Let me recap this one because this will work for sure." And no, so I've spent probably 3 years of my life on a live stream trying to resurrect this poor thing. It will turn on, the LED will light, and that is it. There's no signs of life of this poor little thing. And so there's probably been about a month's worth, if you count all the hours, a month's worth of live streaming done to try and resurrect this poor little thing. I wrote down all the chip names and numbers on top of the chips because I've had to reference them for the schematic so often. So I'm just going to take a look with a fresh pair of eyes and just see what I can unscrew up. And the answer is nothing. But, I feel like torturing myself. And I just want you to know, Dan, that you're going to be in a much better place than I am.
Well, that's good to know. That's good news. It looks like Bruce is having a peek at the instructions.
And I will just take the opportunity to tell Retro Techie to go eat a thing.
What kind of thing, Steve?
One thing I will say is that there are far more efficient ways to illuminate an LED. So that although the fact that light does come on may seem impressive, this little board here I think has multiple LEDs. So
you know what, Bruce? I'm out of here. Bye.
Well, do me a favor, Steve. Will you start off by cleaning up that bit on the other side of the digital signal processor? All the wires sticking out and stuff.
You mean where I put all the tape over?
Yeah, that bit. Yeah.
No, that's fine.
Are you sure about that?
The reason the tape is over there is so I don't touch it ever again. It beeped out. Okay.
Okay, so I guess, Dan, lead the way. What are we doing?
Okay, so I have my little board here, and I'm looking at the instructions, and it is saying to use basically the type of solder wire that you had me order, which is the 0.6 millimeter with a 63% content of soldering tin, and the pointed or knife edge electric soldering iron with 20 to 30 watts for welding.
Fine.
Whoa. Okay, so I guess we're going to want to pull out this thing, unscrew the current tip that's in there.
That's, yep.
Pull out the tip.
Get your, there we go.
Okay. And I'm assuming we should use the small knife edge, right? Or what are you thinking?
I am going to recommend to you that you use a little bevel tip. A very important thing about soldering is that little bevel tip. So that's the T12B2 or something like that, I think, from memory. BC2. So here's the thing. Soldering can be a very personal thing. You can find one person that likes to solder with one particular type of tip and one that likes to solder with another. Now, what I'm going to show you here is what I like to do. But you may actually find you try some of those other tips and you say, you know what, I much prefer them. So, it's just going to be a voyage of discovery for you.
Oh, well, that sounds enlightening and fantastic.
Mm-hmm.
I'm ready to start.
We'll make sure you are so enlightened by the end of this.
Okay, so, oh my God. All right, so weld the 1206 packaged components.
Yep. So they are the larger ones. So when the numbers get bigger, they get bigger. So let's just have a look. So the 1206 would be these little guys here.
Yeah, the big fat ones, right?
Yeah. And it looks to me like there are actually only 12 of them. So there are 12 of those, and they are R1 to R12. So they're nice and easy. They're just this row running down the edge here, the very left row. So what we're looking at on your screen there, they're the far left of that board there, or the very bottom based on the orientation, right like that. It's as good as done.
Now, how does
Stick
this
that on with
work?
some tape. We're done. Sorry?
Yeah, I was going to say, how does this work here?
All right. So the way it works is you have it's almost like a little cardboard slot for it to go in, and then with a thin film of plastic on the top to hold them in place. Now they have given us 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. They've given us 2 extra. Okay, so that's them being kind of generous, but not super generous. So just be careful, don't lose too many. So
You're not supposed to eat all of them, Dan.
Are you sure, Steve?
Save some for the cat.
Yeah.
Sutek is here. Hello, Sutek.
I feel like I should grab some nice clean pliers to handle these. Come on.
You're making the proper soldering noises already.
All right. I think this has pliers in it. No, it doesn't. All right, where are the pliers? Try this
We're
one.
off to a good start.
Does it have pliers in it? No, it doesn't.
That'll be another thing for your list. Some nice fine needle nose tweezers.
Well, I actually have quite a few of them. I'm surprised that they weren't in those little containers there. So
Well, that's the curse of streaming. You lose everything.
Okay. That is truth right there. Where did I put? Here's some. And then I had what I thought were fresh pliers in the Joe Camel, but they were not. Maybe I'll just clean these ones up slightly. Give a little wipe with some ISO. Okay. Hello, Sutek. You know what? I gotta say hi to some of the chat here. I've been terrible so far. I've been a very negligent streamer so far.
That's how you do it. You just start really smug, and you get all the respect.
I'm a freaking loser. So shout out to everyone here, and let's just see what folks are saying in the most recent chats. We've got Thomas Armstrong. And there are resistor gremlins. Oh, and there are resistor gremlins and capacitors. Maybe I should start higher up so that we're going in the right order. Okay, so Miss Aliki says, I'm just here for the chat. Jay says, give me 10 minutes. So this is probably when he wanted to do producer role here.
He had some responsibilities.
Something came up. We got Thomas talking about the 840. Same with Retro Techie. How's it going, Retro Techie? How you going, Thomas? Garth, how you doing, my friend? Thanks again for the buy me a coffee this week. That was very kind. Paul, burnt fingers. Yeah, just you wait. There will be burnt fingers. Okay, so these are good-looking pliers now.
Tweezers. Yeah, the tweezers, they'll be pretty good. They won't last very long, but they will do the job for us today.
They're gonna die.
So probably worth mentioning for anyone who's looking to start out in soldering, there will be burns. You will get better at kind of being aware of the soldering iron, but all it takes is a lapse in concentration, and the next thing you know, you burned yourself. So
got these two in case we need like the Darth Vader approach or the Vapors.
that'll work for a live stream.
We put that joke
Dan will be speaking to us with telepathy.
I'll be blinking Morse code at the camera. Dana does stuff. Is it working yet? Dana, how you doing, my friend? We are not working yet, but we will soon. God, I wish I had gloves.
Doesn't matter. You'll live.
You think so?
Just don't lick your fingers.
What if I become one of those? I handle lead too much, and I become those people who shouts at McDonald's employees. What's up, Sutek? What's up, All Things DG? These are good teachers to learn everything I know from them, and JW, and 1,000 posts by 1,000 people.
Oh.
North, go Dan. Thank you, sir. Thomas, thank you. Or no, I don't know. I said thank you prematurely to Thomas, but I'm sure I will soon. Thomas says, wash your hands after. Thank you for that. There it is. Okay, Bruce, so I've got the thing plugged in. I'm now going to turn it on. Is it okay to have the station on this cardboard box? Or is it
Absolutely.
Start a fire?
Yeah, that will be fine. That box won't get hot at all. The other end will get hot, though, but I assume you put it in the holder. Oh, no, I
turned it on. It said shine now. Now, how do I know?
Now, you want to also get in the habit of putting the hot end into that little holder that you spend all that money on.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah.
Now, what's the temperature set on the moment? It should just come up and what's it showing you on the screen? Of the little shine now.
Okay. 310 currently, and if I turn the dial, it goes higher.
Higher and higher.
I'm at 450 now.
No, that's a bit high. Let's start off at around about, say, 380.
We're at 380.
Cool.
Set it and forget it.
And that is showing you in degrees Celsius, I assume.
That's correct.
Centigrade.
Yes.
Good. Yeah. No worries. You can go into the settings on this one and change it into the if you want, but yeah, why not? Okay. Incidentally, if you feel compelled, there are a lot of settings for this soldering iron. One of the things you can do, you can even set the date on it, so that your soldering iron tells you what day of the week. So yeah.
That's the only.
Well, that's handy.
Isn't that though?
I'll stop using my phone.
Yeah, I mean, mine is telling me at the moment that it is. Well, it's saying the wrong time because it's still on old daylight savings before daylight savings time, but it's telling me it's Sunday. So there you go.
I'm so bad at moving this thing under the camera.
Shall I just maybe start off just demonstrating maybe 2 or 3 different ways that we can put a component like this down, and then we can sort of decide which one is the best way to go with?
Love for you to do that, Bruce. That would be wonderful.
Well,
teach me to love.
One of the ways, I'm going to just demonstrate this one first, but we won't be using this because I'm going to use a tool that you don't have, and that is a hot air station. For the really small surface mount soldering, a hot air station does come in handy. And I'll just
gun. Is that too violent, or is that?
Yeah, that's too violent, I'm afraid. It's too indiscriminate. Hot air station gives you very, very direct sort of heat wherever you want. So in this instance, what I'm going to do is I'm going to put a little knob of solder on the pad and on the other pad, just like that. I'll go into this stuff quick. And then I'll get some of it. Yeah, that's right. That's what they call me, the soldering wizard. And then we'll just put a little bit of flux on this here because the flux helps with the magic. And then I'm going to get my hot air station.
Okay.
I better get the component first so this is how these little packets work. So you've got this little strip of plastic on the top, and you peel it up. It helps if you peel it up, and then the component can come out like that.
Oh my goodness!
There it is. Now those little codes on there mean something. 2211. I can't tell you off the top of my head, but I could look it up, but I won't. I will apply some hot air here and hold this with my tweezers so that it doesn't blow away. And then we'll see the solder melt.
Yeah.
And then you can see the solder just holds it in place. It's not being blown away. It's being held in by the solder. And then we have a nice, neat little solder joint. Now that I just wanted to demonstrate, because that is one of the ways that you can do surface mount soldering. We won't be doing that today because you don't have a hot air station, but I just did want to demonstrate it.
So that was absolutely beautiful.
Well, don't worry, Dan's full of hot air. He can just blow on it right down.
There's another way we can do it. I'm going to do that now. Now, when I did this before, putting the solder on the pads, what we want to do is we want to get the pad reasonably warm. So, we've got a beveled edge on this, so we want to put the flat edge down on that, and we'll feed some solder in there. And so the solder is naturally going to that, to what's hot, so which is the pad that we just heated up there. And the flux is helping it form that nice little shape. Now we'll get another component. I say this is another way of doing it. It's not necessarily the way I do it, but it is another way of doing it. So you get the solder only on one pad, and then you lose the component. Where the hell did it go?
It was under tweezers.
It was just here. Oh no, it's stuck to the tweezers. Sorry. Yeah, cool. Right, there we go. So then I should have done the other side, so I'm going to flip this around this way because I am right-handed, have been my entire life, so don't ask me why I did the left one. Okay, so I'm going to put that there. And then what we can do is we can hold this component with the tweezers, and then we can melt this side until that's in place. Now we can just spin around, solder the other side, like this. Yep. And then finish off, let that dry, finish off by just neatening up this side. There we go. Okay, so that's another way of doing it. That's the solder on one side, then solder on the other side. I don't like that because to me it encourages the component to sometimes go on a little bit crooked. So this is the method that I would much prefer for surface mount soldering. So I would generally start off with just a little bit of flux. Not too much, just a little bit. It's just a little flux. Okay, and then we'll get the component and we'll drop that into the goop. I probably put a bit too much on there. And then we're just sitting on the goop there. All right. Okay. And then what I'll then do, I will put a little bit of solder onto the tip of my iron like this. Yeah. Blip, just a little bit. Just got a little bit there. Then I'll hold the component in place with my tweezers, and I'll solder like this.
Okay, a little boop there.
The flux helped that solder transfer from my tip to the pad. And then we will do the other side. Once he's in place, it's a lot easier. Don't let the soldering iron hang around too long, because if you do, you'll heat the component up and you'll actually melt the other side and you'll move it away. So that is the way I would recommend doing it, because in particular, as the components get smaller, if you apply enough heat to them, you can actually end up melting both sides at once, and then you can move the component. It's not going to do it now for my demonstration, but, imagine it was just...
And I will say, Bruce's advice has saved me so much time of when he's saying, like, oh, you have a capacitor here, turn the board around. Don't turn your arms around, because it's much easier for you to turn the board and reach it with your soldering iron and your tweezers and make it less awkward for you than strain yourself, and then all of a sudden you burn the plastic or whatever.
And isn't it funny how it's usually our instinct to move our arms?
Yeah, well, if you're right-handed, obviously coming in with the soldering iron on the right-hand side, one of the constant paradoxes with soldering is the fact that you have a soldering iron, you have a component, and you have solder. You have three things, but we only have two arms.
Right.
So there are sort of tricks that we have to do in order to, work with only two arms, when it would be ideal to have one person holding the iron, one person holding the component, and one person holding the solder. So that's
those little stations.
Yeah, well, you can definitely use those, but they can get a little bit cumbersome. So, are you going to give yours a try there, Dan? And
I think so. I think we should. I'm feeling, feeling in the moment here. Okay, so I think I have to turn this thing back on, right? Or how does this work? There we go. 380. That's what we want. Okay, it's heating up.
Good.
It's at 290, 320, 340. Okay.
There you go. Now you see that
the
there's
LED
a
is flickering.
Flickering. What that flickering is that it just applying heat, and then it's like, no, it's hot enough, so then it stops. So that's it. It's just like, constantly checking that your iron is up to temp.
Dan, you're gonna die. Okay. So I'm just gonna quickly zoom out here. Oops. So
not too much. Not too much.
Pull out this component. Oh god, where's the plastic here?
Yeah, they sometimes they're a little bit hard to get on the end.
Come on.
That is the hardest part of soldering, what you're doing right now. That is the most difficult part of it.
Seems to be so far. You should have
picked smaller components, Bruce, for him to work on first.
I didn't choose this.
Yeah, we should start absolutely tiny. Okay, here we go. Plastic has peeled back. I don't know if that's the proper way of doing it. All right, let's zoom back in.
That's
ladies. Fun. Okay.
Hey.
So here's our component. Oh, where is it? There it is.
Yep, beautiful.
Now, it's so small.
Probably should mention really quickly that what you have there is a resistor. Resistors are not polarized, so they can go on any way. They can go on that way, or you can flip it around and go upside down. They can go any way you want.
I was going to ask you that because I noticed that you had the numbers flipped around on like two of them there.
Yeah.
So I guess it's bridging.
Yeah. So the thing is that there's probably a few people watching with OCD, and I like to do things like that just to trigger them.
That's kind of you.
Yeah.
Okay. So now with this, the trick that you did before is you took the iron.
So the first thing we're going to do
is solder on the tip, right?
No. Well, we will get some. How about we get some flux onto those pads first? So let's get the old Amtech tuberoni.
Okay. Let's pull out here again. Pull out couch. Okay, so pop that off of there. Put in the plunger.
And have you got the little thingy on the end?
You have to pull out the white part too.
Yeah, now.
You have to pull out the orange.
Okay, just the orange, not the white.
I think. Wait.
You're good.
Orange bit.
You're good. Put that in there. You're good. That's fine.
Yeah.
Now, take the orange bit off, but you will have there was probably a card that came with that had a little tip inside it. That's the one. Yeah. So you threw that orange thing off.
No fair. He didn't lose his first one like I did.
Yeah. Okay. Hang on to those. You can never have too many of them.
Okay, we got the tip.
Ta-da. So, you just want to get a little bit of flux, not too much. You'll probably find that first one is going to splurge out everywhere, but we'll just spread it around and we'll use it for other parts of the board. So,
all right, here we go. We're going for it. I'm doing it.
He's doing it, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh my god, I'm so afraid.
Just do it gentle. It's just there.
Yeah, look at that. So just spread it around, spread it down to the next ones if you want, if you've got too much, because we'll use them for the next ones. But you've done a good amount there. That's nice. Yeah, it's all good.
Oh, that's really nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Looks like Vaseline.
It does. Very similar.
Yeah. Don't use Vaseline, folks.
Sponsored by the Flux Consortium. Yeah.
Okay. Now, so we take
the component, plop him into place.
Okay. Hold on, there's a hair. All right, here we go.
Beautiful. So for this next bit, you're going to have the tweezers in your left hand, and you're going to have the iron in your right. But yes, so the first thing we need to do is get some solder onto the end of that tip. So
I take the wire and I just kind of touch it.
Yeah, just melty. You probably want to, 3 or 4 mils.
Should I put on my fume extractor?
Yeah.
Oh, right. Show off.
Is that too loud? Can everyone still hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay. Okay, so now I will. Oh God, what am I doing? Dab a little bit of this on here.
Yep.
Yeah. Beautiful. Look at that. That's
Don't need
magnificent.
any more.
Yep, that's
No,
a great
good.
quantity. These
And
are all
then-
things you've got to get a feel for as you go. So
Okay, so then I have to hold this in place, right?
hold it in place with your left hand with your tweezers.
Okay, I'm just going to try and get this to a point where it makes sense for me.
Yep, you want it sort of running crossways. Yeah, like that. Yeah, beautiful. Left hand there. Hold it in position. Then
Now
with the
shake
iron,
like the devil.
you want to just put it down into that area there.
Oh! Ah!
That looks like it's on to me. Damn.
He's doing it.
I am friggin' jazzed right now. That was it's just like it did the work for you. As soon as you touch it, it just sucks right off.
And then what you're able to do now, because now you don't need the tweezers because it's held in position, you can now hold the solder in your left hand and the iron in your right hand, and then just put a little bit of solder close to the iron, and you just kind of want all three things to meet at the same time. You want the sort of pad and the component and the solder and the tip all to meet there at the same time, and just
and don't be afraid to hold the iron there for a second. It's
hold it onto the pad for a minute because you do need to get that pad hot. So
Just
you don't
like
need any more solder now.
Just like 2
Yeah,
seconds.
I think I have solder on the tip.
Yeah, you got plenty there. So just put that into that little corner of the pad, and it should just transfer across.
Yeah, don't be afraid of it.
But I'm so afraid.
No, it's not going to blow up or anything.
I don't know.
So the bevel tip there.
Hold it in place. Hold it in place there.
Keep it there. Oh,
There you go. Did you see the way it transferred across when it got hot?
Yeah,
So
that.
it's some really important things when it comes to solder adhering, as they refer to these instructions as doing the weld. So you've got to have everything that you're applying the solder to needs to be hot. So you've got to make sure that enough heat has transferred across. You need to make sure that you've got, you're using sort of flux. You've got flux there to help the solder flow where you want it, and everything needs to be clean. Now, what you've got here is brand new. It's clean. So cleanliness is not an issue with this. So we've got our flux. We're applying that. And then we just have to make sure you've got heat in the area where you want the solder. So that was the reason why you had so much trouble getting it onto those pads at the end there, is you weren't holding it on there long enough for it to get hot.
Right. Okay. So the surface was too cold for it to leap over.
To actually jump across. That's right. So the heat is a really important part. And you find when I do these, I tend to go really quickly, and that's because I run my soldering iron way hotter than everyone else does. But I don't recommend that to people who are starting out because it's too easy to do damage. Okay, so let's see how we go with another one.
Components.
Bruce is a bad influence.
Very bad.
There she blows. Oh no! What is it sticking to?
It's sticking to flux on the. Your tweezers are getting flux on them, and they will stick.
We had some flux left over here. It's probably still okay, right?
Yep.
Okay. Let's bring this guy over.
You'll know when it's not okay because it's getting a little weird.
It'll be like, hey, freaking!
Hey, whoa, hey!
This guy's trying to weld me without the flux. Okay, so now, do I need to clean this tip now in the copper coils?
I don't think you need to yet, but it's probably not a bad habit to get into. Just, after you've soldered something, just give it a little quick dip, and then just...
look at that. Look how clean it is now.
Yeah.
Would you look at that? Wish you could clean everything like that. Yeah.
You could try.
Just dip it in a vat full of copper coils. Okay, so where did our component go? Oh, we put it in place.
Well, good job, Dana. Good job, Dana.
All right. I haven't actually touched this lead wire yet, eh? I'm just holding the spool.
Just shout out to Dana Siberia in the chat. She's telling me she has made some progress with her 2SI. It's gone from not being recapped to being in pieces.
That's progress. That's progress. Dana, don't look now. but it's an 840 AV. Oh God, why? See, Dan is doing something satisfying and like happy, and he's building skills, and I'm just, stabbing a stake through my own heart.
Okay.
Another thing to keep in mind, Dan, is that once you have it tacked down on one side, you can then go solder the other side. If you need to neaten up the first side again, you can come back and do it once the other side's tacked down. It's getting it stuck onto the board first. Once it's on there and in position, you can then do one side, then come back and neaten up the other side.
And to answer your question, Dana, yes, unfortunately, the same cursed one.
What I might suggest to you next time we do that, what I would say is put the iron onto the pad and the components, shove it into the corner there, and then put the solder onto the iron. And you'll probably not now. When we do the next component, I would suggest that would be the way to go.
So preheat the pad?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do that. All right. So I'm going to bloop, bloop, right into the copper coils because I love that. Does such a good job. And then we will grab our little component here. So
Dan's new gamer tag is copper coils.
Yeah, right. Look how much I've touched my face already, like 4 or 5 times already, and I haven't touched the actual lead yet. But
You're fine.
that's why it's a problem. Okay, so I want to ask you guys, while we're kind of getting into this here, who taught Noel to solder?
Who taught who, sorry?
Who taught you guys how to solder?
I've been soldering since I was a wee child. I probably about, 8 or 9 years old, something like that. Learned some very valuable lessons about extreme heat during that time. But I didn't really get into the micro soldering side of things until about sort of 2017. And with that, I watched quite a lot of the Lewis Rossman live streams to learn some of the basics, but a lot of the stuff I kind of taught myself. I tried lots of different ways and then just went with the ways that I feel work the best. So.
Who taught you when you were a kid, or did you just wake up one day and you were like, I've got it?
Probably my dad. We had a soldering iron. My dad would do a few little sort of, around the house type repairs, and so we did have a soldering iron. It was a cheap rubbish one, but we did have a soldering iron, and so he probably showed me the basics of it, I would say, at the time. So, yeah. And then we had an electronics company out here at the time. It doesn't really exist anymore, called Dick Smith Electronics.
Dick Smith?
Yeah. It was Dick's with I think the catchphrase was like, the electronic Dick. And they used to sell lots of little
That's
kits.
a good web domain to buy.
They would have little kits like this, and I used to sort of make them when I was a youngster.
Right. That sounds like fun. Kind of like doing model kits, but with actual electricity.
Precisely.
Yeah, I started probably around 97, 98. I was trying to fix something, and my father had a soldering gun, which is not as accurate as an iron. It almost looks like a drill. And,
those are big tips, right? Like the
so I think it was more for electrical, big things, not the micro soldering that we do, obviously. And he had offered to help me fix something, and I was too afraid to touch it. I was like, oh, it's gonna burn me, or it's gonna do whatever, and then a year or so after, I got soldering iron from Radio Shack, really cheap, like $20 one. Doesn't even have a temperature gauge on it. Just had 15 watt and 30 watt or something like that. And it's like hot or hotter. Like that's all I had. I didn't know about solder or flux or anything. And I was fairly successful at fixing like frayed wires or something the cat scratched or that got stuck in a door or something like that. It was okay, and I didn't really know too much what I was doing. And then around when I met the MacYak guys, a little bit before that, I started my channel where I was soldering things, and I got flux and a bunch of this stuff. And then Bruce came along and told me everything I was doing was wrong, which was good because I really started learning about what to do, what not to do, and got a better, tools and all that stuff. I mean, so you don't need the best tools to start out with, but boy, does it help if you have a little bit something better than what the bottom of the barrel stuff is, because that's what I was working with, and that was preventing me from getting proper heat to the proper things. And I was like, well, why isn't that sticking? Why isn't that getting hot enough? And all that fun stuff. So.
You know what's neat? Granted, you guys are teaching me how to solder, but I remember when I was a kid, my dad, because he had an antique shop, so I got a taste of a lot of things that kids had generations before me. So we had a giant O-gauge Lionel train layout in the basement of his place, and that train layout used transformers, and a lot of basic soldering was required to make stuff work on there. And so I used to watch him do it, but I never.
Now we're talking about power transformers. We're not talking about Autobots and Decepticons. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yes. Yeah. But I always loved that train layout. I thought it was the most fun thing. And I'd love to do one as a if I get a house on my own sometime, but I think I'll probably end up doing it with Lego.
There you go.
Okay. Man, Bruce, we are just cruising here with this method.
Yeah. Yep. No, it's good.
You got 8 hours to go, Dana. Dan. Whoever you are, you young kid with the hair and the glasses.
Oh, you kids with DAN names?
I've always wondered, is Dan short for something?
Oh, just Daniel.
Oh, I love those exotic Canadian names.
Yeah. Just Daniel.
I can see why you abbreviate it. That's quite a mouthful.
Yes, yeah, absolutely. It's,
so Bruce, what is Bruce short for?
Yes.
Bruce.
One of the one of the interesting things about having a single syllable name is that no one ever bothers to give you a nickname because it's already really easy to say.
Oh God, why?
So, what brought you into the micro soldering world, gentlemen? Why did you choose micro soldering? I know Bruce was saying that he started soldering but didn't get into micro. Were you fixing stuff for people or just doing it for fun?
I started. So there is actually a little tale here. So I was only doing largely hobby soldering, just an occasional kit here and there, and doing repairs around the house. And then I got myself a Macintosh SE30. Shout out to Horst, who's not watching today. I got in contact. I made contact with this guy because I had some software and I sold it to him, and we started talking about vintage computers. And he said that he had an SE30, and I said I had a whole bunch of bits and pieces that he was interested in. So I said we can probably do a trade. So I traded him some old power computing parts for an SE30. I took it home. I was doing a video on it for my YouTube channel. This is a long time ago.
What would this have been?
Sorry?
What year would that have been?
This would have been probably maybe 2010, something like that. I'd be able to look it up, but I can't remember off the top of my head. But I thought I'd do a little video for my channel. I set up the camera. I got the SE30 there. I started doing a tear down. This is when the channel was very, very new. Pulling it all apart. Right in the middle of pulling apart this SE30, a component fell off the board. Literally fell off the board and onto the table I was working on. And at that point, I stopped recording because it wasn't exactly flowing naturally when I'm like, oh dear. Then I jumped on one of the forums. I took a photo of the board and the component that had fallen off, and people came to my aid and said, yes, that's a surface mount electrolytic capacitor, and it is very common for these to corrode and get old, and they will need to be replaced. It will need to be recapped. That was kind of my first exposure to this concept of recapping. So, I see. Is that your fume extractor there, Dan? You're using your shirt as a fume extractor?
Oh, no, you know what? It's just because I can see the direction that the smoke goes, so a little bit came back, and I was like, ah!
It's good for your lungs. You're a young lad. You'll be fine.
So anyhow, I bought a kit of capacitors, and I recapped that first EC30, and I got it working, and I was pretty damn chuffed with myself. Then a little bit later on, I then started getting into repairing newer stuff. And that basically came around because I got hold of a very, very cheap 2009 MacBook Pro. I got it for really cheap, but it didn't work. So I started investigating what it would take to get working, and that was when I found Lewis Rossman's channel, and he had steps for repairing this thing, and I repaired it and got it working. And from that point on, I just got hit with this massive bug of, wow, you can buy this thing for cheap, and then you can, spend a few cents on a component and use your soldering iron to get this thing working again. And so I went out and got myself a better soldering iron, a hot air station, eventually ended up getting a microscope. And for a few years there, I was just buying broken MacBook Pros of different ages and types, repairing them and then reselling them for a profit. And that was all good fun. And then I started getting people asking if anyone knew someone that could do recapping in Australia. And I thought, well, I've got all of these, I've been working on these really modern computers with teeny weeny little components. So I think it's pretty easy for me to go back and start looking at these older computers and sort of just basically fill the niche. And so that's kind of it.
Oh, looks like Jay's joining us.
Yeah.
There he is.
Good evening,
Bruce, that's excellent stuff. I think that's quite the journey to have made, and it's the one that I'm hoping to try and do too. So I appreciate you, helping me out and doing this stuff today, especially. But Jay, now taking the steam out of Bruce's story. How you doing, my friend?
Doing all right. I'm just here to make sure that you are all held accountable. As people point out horrible mistakes you are all making in the chat, I will relay them and let you know.
You know what? I do have to get a little bit better on the chat. Garth said goodbye 8 minutes ago, so see ya. Garth, I apologize I wasn't there. Kiyoshi, how you doing, man? Welcome to the live stream. Patrick says he learned from his father with Lafayette, Heat Kit, ICO, and Radio Shack kits in the early 70s. Thomas says, O-Gauge, very cool. I love O-Gauge. Everyone loves HO, but I love O. O is the big one. Those are the meaty... Those trains got some meat on their bones. Dana Siberia says, Brewchestershire. I guess that's for Bruce's full name. Brewchestershire. Patrick says, pretty much everything today you work on is SMD and has been for many years. Well, again, I'm going to leave that one alone, but we all know what SMD can be. Mark, I remember my brother building an electronic cricket from a Dick Smith kit in the early 90s. Hours of fun were had the following Christmas ever. He hid it in my uncle's caravan awnings. Whoops. Patrick hasn't done electronic repairs since the early 90s when I worked as a senior bench technician in Newmark Electronics. That makes DJ equipment. That's right. Newmark makes those like fancy DJ tables and stuff, right?
Good stuff.
Dana says, my first SMT stuff was overclocking Quadra 605s with resistor swapping. I think I have a 475 that Mr. Fahrenheit overclocked with a resistor swap. Something like that.
That is a very, very practical application for these skills.
Especially what we're doing. Bruce is working his way down. He's at R8 and R9.
Oh no, I'm sitting. I just noticed you were getting ahead of me, so I thought I'll just start setting up to get a few more down so that I can then. I
just fly a component out here. Hopefully, only one.
Before I fade into the background here, I am curious. I had to step away for a second, but have we determined if Dan has Amtech MTech or Inventec Amtech?
He has Amtech and he has the new Formula V2.
Ooh.
So that's what I'm using as well. I figured if we are going to be doing the same kit and we're using the same iron, The only thing that it's different is I'm using a microscope and I'm using different tweezers. But other than that, we are using all the same stuff.
Gotcha.
It's actually worked out quite well in that way. Where'd Steve end up? Steve's gone.
Oh dear.
We've lost.
He's still here, but he's audio only right now.
We've lost Esteban.
He's muted.
Yabba-dabba-doo.
It's probably a bunny emergency.
Oh, that's right. He has rabbits. All right. Cole Sutherland says hi. Thomas says Ogage can chase the cat. Ogage can chase the cat. Cole says, who wants Windows 12? Cole. What's going on here, pal? You got you're like the guy with the long jacket behind the movie theater. You guys looking for Windows 12? I got keys all over the place, baby. Patrick says, yep, I worked for them when they were in New Jersey. They owed a bank loan that the company got repossessed, and the new owner bought it and announced moved to Rhode Island. Remains there. Well, at least it's not too far from Jersey if it's in Rhode Island, right? Guess you wouldn't want to make that drive, though. Well, that's too bad. You know what? That's how a lot of companies go, though, right? They end up owing the bank a ton of money, and things don't go as they'd expected. Well, you gotta, as a normal person, as people who aren't filthy rich, that's why you gotta start small. Actually, you know what's a really funny example of that on a grand scale is Target when they tried to move into Canada. I thought it was hilarious, but basically, instead of doing like one store in each capital city and then buying property after testing the concept and everything, Zellers, which was a Canadian brand, I think, or it might have been American too, but either way, the Canadian arm of Zellers, if it is an international brand, went bankrupt. So they were selling off all their assets, and then Target was like, oh, we'll just buy all the Zellers stores in Canada, turn them into Targets, boom, everything's good. Well, it turned out like supply chain issues were happening, so like shelves were empty all the time. Things didn't cost what they cost in America, obviously, because you have to truck them here. So the whole idea of like Canadians driving down to Target to go shopping, which was a thing, like moms would all band together and drive down to Target and be like, "Ooh, let's go buy breakfast cereals we've never seen before." And so like that was a big deal, but as soon as it came to Canada. People just didn't care on the same level because it wasn't different. It felt the same as everything else. And so they had all of this money that they'd spent on converting all these stores, and I imagine a lot of it was borrowed because that's how businesses work, right? So basically what they ended up doing was just saying like, all right, we're pulling the ripcord after spending a gazillion dollars. And Target is no longer, at least in my city, but they pulled out in a big way.
I just came back from the little girls' room and I heard pull out. Dan's talking about targets, and were this still soldering? What's going on?
You bring things back into line. I'm going to go just deal with the chicken emergency. Won't be a second.
Okay.
What are the odds that this comes up in conversation and then Joe Williams chimes in? I wrote a paper for my MBA on Target in Canada. Like, what are the odds?
Thank you, Joe. As if I nailed it. Oh man, I feel like I just accidentally tripped into brilliance.
That's what happens when you start soldering.
Patrick says he started in 1970, lost it in 92. I assume that's Newmark. That's too bad. That's 22 years. That's a good run. Now here, tri-state area, Target are more readily available than there's bathrooms. This Patrick. Retro Techie says Target in Canada was a joke. Prices were garbage and they shut it down once nobody went. That is exactly what happened. Paul, you could do all your resistors at once, one by one, side at a time. That's actually probably a good idea. I think that's kind of what Bruce was doing, eh? Why don't we do that? I'm going to pop this thing back.
Oh, don't listen to Bruce. He's only an expert.
Whoa, you're going off script? I'm going to have to report this.
Please excuse me while I stab the hell out of my Quadrate 48V and it makes noises. It's not that I'm ignoring you. It's just Bruce, there's no competing with Bruce. So unless you want me to be like his salacious crumb and be like, yes, yes,
It's all good. We are all working on materials here.
Working on materials. Oh, wait, your channel doesn't need my singing. I'm sorry.
This is how cool I got in my 30s. I started learning how to micro solder on a Saturday night.
Hey, man. The ladies love doing it, fixing. Oh, wow. Fixing stuff. Yeah, that's what I meant to say.
I like a guy who can fix a radio.
A 1950s radio.
Ooh, is that Bakelite?
Hope your chicken emergency is okay, Bruce.
Oh, it wasn't really an emergency. It was just that I had simply forgotten to let them out.
Oh, so they got angry at you.
Yeah. So they were just.
Bruce, there's a big debate about having chickens in backyards in my city right now. They're saying they want to. Oh, people are saying that it's unsanitary and all this stuff.
Not if you actually take care of them.
Too much noise and the smell and all of this.
Well, in this local area, it is quite legal to keep hens in your backyard, but not roosters because of the noise they make. They are not allowed.
That makes sense. Roosters would wake up the entire neighborhood, right?
Yeah, that's right. I'm sort of remembering a reality TV show that I watched a little bit of some time ago.
Oh, Fear Factor.
It was Big Brother or something like that, and they were listening to this. I was listening to this wonderful conversation going on between two of the contestants on the show, talking about eggs, and this guy being just so incredibly confused, not understanding why some eggs turn into chickens and other eggs don't turn into chickens. And he was asking whether the ones that turn into chickens, like they come from roosters, whereas the ones that don't get laid by hens and stuff like that. And I thought to myself, what an interesting thing to actually be an adult and not know how that works.
That's a failure of whatever educational system he came from.
Yes, indeed. My neighbours decided to start mowing their lawn, so I just thought I'd let you know.
We can't hear it, thankfully.
Good. That is good.
You know, it's funny. A lot of Canadians like to, get on our high horse about our public education system. But my brother once dated a woman whose mother was a teacher, and was shocked when she saw the moon as an adult in the sky at the same time as the sun.
I was actually just saying to my wife the other day that there's apparently an alarmingly large percentage of people who think the moon and the sun are the same thing.
That's exactly what she thought.
Yeah.
Which is amazing. And she was teaching children.
Oh, God. That's scary.
Okay, so I just readjusted a few, and that's how confident I'm feeling now.
Look at you. Look at you go.
One side almost done. I just have to go back in and tack down the other sides of these. And I am feeling like a true boss.
Yeah, you are. Nothing can stop you at this stage.
Yeah, I feel kind of like what's his face? Marlon Brando in Godfather.
That's exactly how you should feel right now, Dan.
That's right. That's what micro soldering makes.
Until you rip your first trace or your first pad, and yeah, it's all downhill from there, buddy.
Man, you should have seen how upset I got when I was working on that iBook and I broke that Wi-Fi clip off of the logic board.
It was just plastic, or?
Well, on like G4 iBooks, there's that cable that goes to, what is it? Well, I broke two things on that. I think I broke the antenna cable that goes over that like metal cage that the keyboard sits on. It's been a couple weeks since I did that, or probably more like a month. So I can't totally remember. And then I broke the Wi-Fi card as I was removing it. So I ordered new Wi-Fi cards, but I have to solder back on that little connector on the logic board that goes, it's like a clip that goes through the metal cage to that little connector. Yeah,
I think I found a trace break.
No.
Is that a breakthrough on your repair?
So
holy crap! Hold on.
Are we actually talking about? Can we get a microscope view here? I mean, are we actually talking about the smoking gun?
Yes. Let's hold on. I'm too excited. I can't click on the thing.
Hold, please.
Hold, please. Here we go.
Oh, that is a break.
I hope so. It's right by the memory. It's a break.
Wow, Steve. Sven. This could be it. Sven found a break.
Oh, this is probably nothing. But I was like, that looks a little dark, and looks like there's one right there too. My goodness.
Okay, I gotta catch up on the chat here. Paul, I took your advice of doing all the resistors one side at a time, and we raced through that last little bit. Dana says, Guy, I'm hunting down components for the 2SI, and I have not done this before. Holy wow. DigiKey, huh? Thomas, the base shut down Zellers for a reason. Yeah, Zellers was terrible. Zellers was like dollar store Zellers. I don't know. It was terrible. I remember, great Zeller story. I remember in 2012 or 13 going to a Zellers near the perimeter of my city, which is Winnipeg. And in that store, there was a tube television. I kid you not, a Zenith tube television from probably 1991 with a $340 price tag on it. And I was I'm shocked right now. Like, I haven't seen a tube television in the store for 7 or 8 years at this point, and then here it is. Anyway, yeah, it was crappy.
Okay, so
go ahead, Bruce. Go ahead.
Well, now this looks like we're now on to a smaller size of component.
That's right. I finished that row.
This is going to test your metal.
Yeah, definitely. Okay, what are we looking at, Bruce?
So these next ones here, they're labeled with a C, which means that we're talking about capacitors. These particular types of capacitors, they're referred to as ceramic capacitors, multi-layered ceramic capacitors, and they are also not polarized, so they can go on any way around. So
get crazy, man. Just do it.
Okay, so which ones are C?
We'll have to have a look. They're the ones that don't have writing on them, basically. So it's just type in.
They look like the same size as the ones we just did, though, are they not?
No, they're smaller.
Okay.
Trust me.
No, let's see. Which ones are these? Do you have yours out there?
I am just going to switch over to microscope view so that I can show you this. Or am I already? No, I'm not on microscope view. So I will switch over to microscope view, and then we'll have a little look-see. So you've got your two different sizes here of capacitor. Now you can see from these that they're just kind of like the top ones are like brown with no writing on them, and then the ones below there are like white with no writing on them. And these are our capacitors. So the top one there is the size 0805, and the ones below it are the size 0402.
Okay, yeah. So the really tiny ones are the 0402.
Yeah, and we'll put them aside for the moment. Okay. And then we're just going to be looking at putting these guys. Oh, yeah.
Excuse me?
Did you just sneeze?
Oh, I did indeed.
Gosh.
You can't do that around capacitors. They'll just fly off the board.
Thomas says there's not enough crust on these parts for my taste.
That'll be the next part of your journey, Dan.
Oh, yes.
Poopy.
Ron is here. This is Sorry I'm Late Family. Ron, you're never too late, my friend.
Run!
Bruce, let's give her. What were you saying here? Let's make Bruce the primary.
I just have to tell Ron that I found a trace break on the Quadrate 48V. So there, Ron.
How do I switch it up here?
Just drag and drop, baby.
So we're going to be dealing with pretty much the same.
Oh no!
Oh, whoops! I overfluxed. I way overfluxed here.
I'm doing a terrible job of this. Hang on.
Bruce got a little too excited. He overfluxed.
Always happens.
What am I dragging and dropping here, Steve? Just Bruce.
if
I
you-
see. Got it.
Yeah,
All
there
right.
you go.
Is that me?
Okay.
That's me.
We're on Bruce. Finally.
We've got the blue board. So 1206 0805. So as I mentioned before, the 08 stands for 0.08 of an inch in length and 0.05 of an inch in width. So
Mamma mia.
the size we're talking about now, and that's these little guys here. Same sort of
sorry.
packaging here. You've got your sort of little board, cardboard stuff at the bottom, and then you've got this plastic on the top that we need to peel back to reveal the component. Come back, you son of a bitch. My tweezers clearly don't meet very well in the middle. Oh, damn it. I'll use this one. These ones do meet in the middle.
Mine
These
don't
are-
either.
These are tweezers for pulling eyelashes. They're really good for meeting in the middle. So, or eyebrows. I don't know. Whatever women pluck these days. So, okay.
Well, Dan just lost his monetization.
I never had it to begin with.
Dun, dun, dun.
Oh, we're heading towards that though, aren't we?
We're getting near.
Yeah, but reminds you, if no one if you're watching this and you're not subscribed, what the hell are you doing, man?
Yeah, we gotta have words.
Dan needs to. Poopy! I just ripped that trace off. Dan needs the subscription to feed his family.
Yeah.
So that his cats aren't singing for their supper. All right. So we're going to be doing this in exactly the same way we did with the other one, using the flux on the pads, then getting a little bit of solder on the iron, holding the component steady, and then soldering one side, and then flipping around and soldering the other side. Now, let it be known, forever let it be known, that if I was doing this, if I was doing this, by the time we get down to this size, 0805 and smaller, I tend to use the hot air station for this. Now, you don't have a hot air station, and you probably will need to get one at some stage, in particular if you're going to be doing recapping and you're going to be wanting to whip old caps off the board. So, yeah.
What the hell?
But anyhow, you can you can just basically continue with these capacitors in the same way that you were doing those resistors. It's easy peasy.
All right, well, let's get it, girl.
Dan is learning, and I'm bodging a terribly easy job for me here. The problem is the memory.
It's probably
the memory sockets are right where my tweezers have to go, so I can't even get close to the. Oh God!
Now, Bruce, these little guys, they're the same front and back, right?
That is correct. So these are ceramic capacitors, and ceramic capacitors are not polarized. One of the ways you will know whether you're dealing with a component that's polarized or not is they need to give you some form of identification to show you which way around it is. And so things like this, we've got some LED lights here. I will just quickly microscope, enlarge, 1 to 20 powers, activate. So these are some little LEDs here, and you may not be able to see, you'll see a little bit later on, but there are two sides to it, and one of the sides is colored green, whereas the other side is not colored. So that's an indication that we're dealing with a polarized component because they've actually got some form of labeling on the component. You can actually get surface mount tantalum capacitors for some applications, and with those ones, they actually have a little point on one side of them, and that shows you how they are polarized.
Okay, and then typically the PCB will indicate how it's supposed to go, right?
That's right. Yeah, there'll be a label on there to show you something, and we'll get to that because we've got components on this board that are polarized.
Okay. Now, one thing I should say too is maybe I don't know how we're doing here, but in the interest of time, we don't have to fill out all of these rows. We can move on to the other rows too, if we feel like there's a chance we might not get to it all.
Well, what we could do if you wanted to just, move on whenever you want to move on, And in the meantime, I can just be building this one so that we can potentially just have one that's complete at the end that we can show
Sure.
people what it does.
Absolutely. Okay. Well, I'm going to keep working on this one then for in the meantime because we just started these little capacitors. But maybe I'll do like 5 or 6 of these and then we'll start the next.
Yeah, no, that sounds like a plan. I like it.
Cool. And of course, you'll probably be working much quicker than I.
Maybe. I mean, there's no guarantees. I do slow down when I start yammering.
All right, I fixed the thingy.
Oh, nice.
So now, what happens? What's next?
Oh, you know what's next.
You know what, Steve?
Got a visit from June the cat. Watch out, kidding.
I really, really hope that you have some success here because if you don't, I know the feeling that you're going to have. It's down in the belly.
Watch Steve stab himself with a soldering iron live on Dan's stream.
Want to get burned.
Oh, hey, June.
June the cat, ladies and gentlemen.
Now we play the game of where did I put the power supply for the Quadre 48? That's the most dangerous game of all.
You got to slap that board like it's Chris Rock.
Oh, God.
No! I have to say, if somebody just like slapped me like that, I couldn't go on with like what I was about to say. Like, holy crap.
I'd be like, darn. Okay, we're moving on to C4, C5. We are motoring. What's the price for play? Oh, I got a lot of flux on there.
Never have too much flux.
Little June the cat has no idea what to do right now.
So there's this really interesting thing you can do with the word flux. And you can say sentences where you would normally use a swear word and replace it with the word flux. And in my live stream yesterday, people discovered about 40 or 50 different things that they could say in the word flux instead of another word.
It's just wonderful to see talented individuals, you know.
We're so talented.
It was
And
beautiful.
they say comedy is difficult.
Oh, there's Jay. There's Jay.
I apologize. I wasn't here to help you out figure out this whole switching of camera stuff. But sometimes you just gotta poop, you know.
You do.
You know, everybody poops. Everybody poops. Alex Retro Shack says, "Kitty." That is very true. That was June the cat, and now we have Jay the cat, the rap cat. Rapping Jay.
Meow. Steve, why are you not doing the blue board thingy?
I don't have one. But I found a trace break on my Quadre 40V.
Ooh.
So we ended up with a bit of a coincidence here, and that is that I bought a couple of these training kits with the intention of doing a YouTube video. Well, not with the intention. I am going to do a YouTube video in the future where I go over some surface mount soldering stuff, and I bought this kit for that purpose. And just quite coincidentally, Dan bought the same kit. So when he pulled out this kit, this is what I'm going to be practicing with, I was able to whip out the same one.
And together we whipped it out on camera.
Mm-hmm.
Talking about live.
And
Typical
it is
Bruce.
blue.
Typical Bruce has to whip it out live.
Where the hell is this stupid power supply?
Okay, I see the problem that you've got there. Now this is
I will be right back.
You know what? I may as well just put in a few more of these.
do we know whether he will be back?
Eric's Edge says, whip it good. Just like Salt and Pepper once said, and the diplomats.
You know, it's funny. Every time I show up, you start reading the comments. What the hell, man?
Maybe you should read the comments, Jay.
No, you need to practice.
I do. Oh God, Thomas says no one ever
else live stream.
Watch them. Okay, well that's. I'm sorry, Thomas. Samax, surprise networking. Thomas, back later. Will watch later. Okay, well that's good. I thought he was talking about Will Smith at first. Starbucks Tech, evening everyone. That's either a hello or a goodbye, but I acknowledge it either way.
When I watch other people's live streams and they don't mind the comments, it bugs the hell out of me. And then I do a live stream once in a while, and I do the exact same thing. 20 minutes go by, but I didn't read the chat. Like,
I feel bad. You know what? I feel bad to anyone who is in the chat, and I neglected to read your comment. I apologize. I'm trying to take this new process in. Sometimes it's hard to catch up.
But that's why you pay me, so it's all good.
That's right. We got Jay on payroll.
Now, a little bit of background here, if you don't mind, Dan. You seem pretty steady with those tweezers there. How's that?
Oh, you know what? That's probably from years of Warhammer painting.
Ah.
Well, that micro painting.
Well, a steady hand definitely helps.
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of this just reminds me of painting models with tiny features, you know? And unfortunately, I'm not cool enough to mean real people. Hey, I've never painted a human being, although I know people who've airbrushed people. That's kind of neat.
Dan asked me, and I said no.
So,
yes.
Now, a smarter person might have realized this before I did.
I found it.
But all of these components on the left and right-hand side are, I believe, absolutely not necessary for building this.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Yeah, look that way. So I'm just going to build the stuff on the inside. How about that?
Yeah, okay, let's do that. I suppose these are all just practice on the left and the right?
Yeah, that's correct. And so that's why you see down the bottom those little round things. They are referred to as probe points, and they will allow you to test to see whether what you have done is working, whether you actually soldered them on correctly. And so we do have little probe points for that, but they don't appear to actually wire into the main guts of the thing. So
I just want to warn you all, I'm about to test this. If it does do anything other than nothing, there might be some swearing.
Oh, we're on the right channel for that.
Oh, God. Please no.
No, don't worry.
Just kidding. I'm not too worried about it. I've dropped the spots on by accident.
There's no chance of this actually working. Power supply plug in, meat turn on.
Okay, Starbucks Texas, that is a hello, just got here. How you doing, man? Good to see you. Retrotech, you should add Mike to this stream. We definitely should. If Mike wanted to hop on, he's more than welcome to. Alex, did Steve get an urge to work on his Quadra 840 AV? It would appear that he did.
No change.
Starbucks Texas, what are you working on? I am learning how to solder on a practice board. These can be bought on Amazon for like $8 or $10 a piece. And just so happened that Bruce is the exact same one. So Bruce is also working on that. Alex says, going to be cool to see it run. I think she's talking about the 840. Dana Siberia back, small bun event. Steve, I'm sure he's had a few of those.
Yes, hopefully they didn't shoot through anything important.
Eric says, I missed the only comment on my 10-minute live stream today. I dissed Eric Helgeson. Jay says, for shame, Eric, for shame. Starbucks tag, hey, Jay. Thomas Andrews said, trick I used when doing SMD. Tin every pad, then put component, then solder other side. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Jay claps, or either there's like a dumbbell in those hands.
It's a wave, man. It's a wave.
Eric says, my only excuse is that it's my second live stream ever. Well, that's fair enough. Sorry, Eric didn't get that kind of notification right. I've attended. Jay is the most supportive live stream viewer of anyone I know.
He'll watch things even when he's not.
He'll even go straight to creators and tell them you need to entertain me.
Damn.
I'd say Jay's responsible for more live streams than any of us, even the ones doing them.
Yeah, he's definitely he needs that one-on-one of entertain me. I am not capable of finding entertainment myself. Bad things will happen. Places will burn down if I am not entertained.
And then the one time I actually get Bruce to do a live stream, my internet goes down and I start getting very upset text messages.
Like, where the hell are you? Hey.
That was great.
Samaj should stream also. Oh, Jay does stream. Jay does lots of streams.
That's a bit of a stretch.
I just came back from doing a stream.
Bruce, I would assume without memory, the 840 AV should give me some unhappy noises, right?
You would think it would give you a sad Mac chime. I would still try it with and without though.
Yeah, because this line went right to something.
Thomas says awesome soldering with it. Thank you, Thomas. If you're talking about me, thank you very much. If you're talking about Bruce, that's expected.
Go get out of here if you're talking about Bruce.
Bruce, do you mind if I interrupt you? I'm ready to move on to the R's. The R13.
Yep, no problem. So now, one of the things I've been discovering, and one of the reasons why I've been so quiet, is that what they have done with this kit is they've just chucked in any old size capacitor, resistor or capacitor, for those rows on the side, which are not actually important for the functional, the actual functional part of this.
Yeah.
So all we have to do is just make sure that we filter out the ones we need versus the ones we don't need. So what we need to do is we need to have a look at the capacitors, the resistors that you have left, the sizes of resistors you have left. So we need to have a look and see what numbers are written on them to then try and figure out. So we're looking here at 0402 resistors, which so we just have to see what you've got left there. If you find ones with the number 331 on them, don't use those. They're needed for another part of the kit.
Okay, well, I've got 751.
Okay.
110, I think. Yeah. Actually, you know what? I can get further high def vision with these.
Yeah, Bruce is reading all this off like it's natural, but he's looking at 20 times magnification.
110. These are absolutely tiny.
Yeah, so let's put the tiny ones aside for the moment. We're not going to need those.
These are more of the brown capacitors.
Yep. No, we'll skip those.
We got a little half real 103.
We're looking for ones around about this size here. If you're able to look at what I'm showing on the screen here at the moment. Now, you may not have 3022. You might have something else because in the instructions, it quite simply says model number random. So they will have literally just in whatever size they want.
So I think this is probably what you're talking about then.
What size? What's he called?
These are 110s.
Yep. Okay. Yep. I think that'll be them. I don't have those. I've got different size, but as I say, that's because of the way this kit.
It looks like it would bridge it. Sorry. Where am I? Here I am.
And what's written on those ones? Yeah,
these are the 110s.
They're the 110s.
Yeah.
Yeah. They'll be fine. So that's what we want. Yeah. Let's go with that.
Also got these, which are about the same. 751s.
I said shut off.
Yeah, those are about the same. Okay, so now I guess we'll just start placing these mofos on here. And these are also not polarized, are they?
That is correct.
You know, I like my polarity non.
Like I love my love life, non-existent.
Okay.
Any Doctor Who fans out there? Just so you know, Reversing the polarity was the way that Doctor Who fixed almost everything back in the day.
It's a hot tip to have.
Seems like a solid way to do it.
Yep, he would. It's like, yeah, we're being attacked by creatures from Mars. We will just reverse the polarity of the wave enhancer, and bang, problem solved.
What the heck did I do here?
What the heck did you do?
Oh God!
Ace Ben. K. Ace 2.
We have a question from the audience.
Oh, let's field the question. What do we got?
Eric asks, are there resistors where direction is important? I thought they all work the same way either way, or the same either way.
You are quite correct with that. Resistors do work either way. And so you can put them any way you like. Though I will say that some people get a little bit finicky about making sure the writing is up the right way. But that is purely aesthetic and not really important.
Oh, so you could flip these upside down and they'd be fine.
Well, you could flip them upside down as well, but more just from the point of view of, like for instance, if you look at that lovely little row you've got there that we're looking at, just making sure all the numbers are facing up the right way, sort of thing.
I see what you're saying.
So there are none upside down.
That's fine. I ain't no sucker. I don't need the numbers all the same. Actually, I would. If this was something I cared about, I absolutely would need the numbers all the same.
Okay.
Another question from the audience, namely me. At some point tonight, Dan, you will decide if you like soldering or if you hate it. Now, assuming that you will like this, what is your ultimate goal for this?
Oh, you know what? I've already decided. I'm really enjoying this. But my ultimate goal, I was talking to my brother about this recently, about how I'd like the channel to evolve. And I think of it kind of like, because I was a car guy first. And I kind of want to make the channel all about the restorations, or at least not all about it, but like have that be a very consistent theme. Because I love the idea of having, a shop where you've got like a couple projects on the go. This one's waiting for parts, this one needs rust repaired. This one's an easy day-long project. I love the idea of having that kind of stuff on the go. And I'm always buying computers. Like, I can't stop. It's a weird, horrible habit that I have, but like, I'm always buying vintage machines. So there's always going to be stuff to fix.
The word you're looking for is addiction.
Exactly, yeah. I want it to be the one that's doing it top to bottom, right? Like, I want it to be the one who's like, okay, crap, you need to solder something. Instead of sending that out somewhere, I can do it myself. And then the other thing, too, is I would really like to, I've already ordered some UV lights so that I can do retro brighting, and I might get a sous vide so I can try that other, like the sous vide temperature method. And I don't know, I really want to do like top to bottom restorations of these old machines, because I think they're getting harder to find, obviously, and more expensive, and the ones that I have, it'd be nice if they were completely functional.
Yeah, and people love projects. I mean, we love doing projects, but also people like following a project on YouTube from start to finish.
Bruce, I found another one.
Good. Hey, look at that. Let's drag and drop Steve.
No, don't go. God, no. Oh, it's
That's
terrible.
what he's been looking for all night.
One more comment. Bruce is here to teach you how to solder, well, at least with the same kit. And he is using not a soldering iron. I need to point this out, that Bruce is cheating.
What is he doing?
I made a decision at a certain point that I would hate for us to get to the end of this live stream and not actually have this kit complete. So what I'm doing at the moment is I'm taking the shortcut route here to actually make it so that we will have this to show the viewers.
Bruce is cheating.
What it does. Sort of Dan's going to put in the hard yards. He's going to put in the hard yakka. Sorry, that's an Australian term. And I am going to do I'm just going to do the cheats method, just so that we have something pretty to look at the end.
Bruce, I gotta say obligatorily, because I'm Canadian, I respect your culture and everything it's about. But can you please tell me what that word was again that you just said?
Yakka, YAKKA.
Is it like the hard yakka or something?
Yeah, that's right. So it's a term. So if you might be saying something like, "Oh, I'm gonna go and I don't know, build that fence over there." You say, "Oh, it's going to take a bit of hard yakka to get that done," as in like.
I love it.
So
that's great.
So yakka is just kind of like work,
Take some hard yakka.
Yeah.
What does that like stem from?
I have no idea. We have some very weird terms out here from that have come from just over the years, yeah. I mean, there is probably some sort of research being done on it, but it's just something that it's just very common. It's a very common saying here, hard yakka. Yeah, it's like elbow grease sort of thing. It's that sort of thing.
Eric asks, how many breaks so far, Steve? Have you been keeping count?
Just 2.
On that entire board, just 2.
Well, so far, I mean, tonight.
I think the really important thing we're discovering here is there are still breaks on it, which means that has got to continue to fill you with hope, because it just means if it's not working, you just haven't found the break yet.
Well, this part is filling me with depression, because I covered this up in tape, because at one point that was connected okay, and clearly that was not the case anymore.
Now, if you go down 2 traces, there's some black spots there. Could those be breaks?
Where? Where's that? Oh, I didn't even see those. I was so focused on the above. Let's see. Because who cares about how this thing looks anymore? I mean, that went out the window ages ago.
We don't. We certainly don't.
It's what's inside.
I think that was just crud.
Okay.
From what I understand. Eric's Edge says, I need to learn basic electronics series. It's been 45 years since I had a basic class and I've forgotten more than I remember. That's actually a really helpful tip for anyone that's getting into this stuff, and a helpful tip for me, something that I need to learn. But basic electronics theory is a great thing to know when you're working on this stuff.
Yeah, it's all the mathematics that I get annoyed with.
All right, we're going to test it again, because why not?
It's like some of my friends who are plumbers, some of the math that they have to do when they're working on new builds. I'm like, oh, God, so glad that I went into communications.
Hey, Dan, can I hijack your stream for a moment to promote someone else?
Absolutely.
To anyone here, us included, people in the chat, or those watching later, no doubt you've heard the name Louis Rossmann. Louis Rossmann is, of course, most known for his YouTube channel, but he also has a website with a forum on it where people can ask questions about board repair. Now, that's a paid forum. It's a subscription. But he has a resource available called Logic Board Troubleshooting Guide for Beginners. Now, whether you're going into this with the goal of repairing logic boards or not, it's a Bible's worth of pretty much a brain dump of everything he knows. What is a resistor? How does a conductor work? All that stuff is in there. And I'll put a link in the chat. It's a PDF you can download, and it's worth the read because it just helps you understand stuff.
Hang on, let me save that. There we go.
It's a little, I will say, it's a little, shall we say, dry at times.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so don't read it when you're tired, because you will fall asleep. But
that's funny. No, I'm definitely going to hang on to this. That's great. Thank you so much, Jay. That's a great resource. Actually, we should put that in the video description.
I'm not getting paid for that.
I can do that, so I can do that.
But I have not tested this theory, but a lot of the information in that PDF probably helps with fixing anything. Because once you understand how a component works, like what is a buck converter, what is a resistor, what is this, what is that, once you understand how it works, it can apply to a 2X, a car stereo, pretty much anything with electronics. So it's worth reading, or at least having it in case you need it.
Okay, I have put that into the description.
What the hell did I do here? Bruce!
That's a level of wow, gosh, what did you do there?
I don't know, but don't put me on big screen. That's not... Nobody needs to see this.
That's terrifying.
Nobody needs to see this. Oh, God.
Okay, so I need to apply first little solder dids here for 6 more of these little suckers. Let's get it.
Jared says, I learned everything watching Bruce. No pressure, Bruce.
Aw.
Well, thank you very much.
What the hell? Well, Bruce, teach me out of this one.
This looks to me like the sort of pickle you got yourself into, Steve.
Yeah, no, I'll blame you for this one. Don't worry. See, that's the problem. You do so many repairs, you don't remember which wire was going where or why. You know, because it looks like this. It looks like this is supposed to go there, but I don't know why it isn't.
Bruce, a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
If you are placing a component on a board and it shifts or it doesn't go the way you want it to, would you keep applying heat, move that component around, or would you just back off, think it over, and then in short bursts fix it? Can you apply too much heat to a component?
Yeah, you can apply too much heat to a component, but it does depend a lot on the component. The components that we're dealing with here, things like these little resistors and capacitors, they can cop one hell of a beating. You kind of have to think about what you're dealing with when something like that happens. Are we talking about something that is just shifted slightly and we need to shift it back, or are you really getting into a mess and things starting twisting out of shape and all that? And when that does happen, I would recommend taking the heat away, having a look at it, and figuring out a plan, figuring out what you're actually going to do to get yourself out of that mess rather than just continually throwing heat at something. And we also have to keep in mind that there are some components. So, for instance, if you're working with connectors that might have plastic in them, you need to be very careful with those. You need to make sure you don't expose them to too much heat, so they can melt very easily. Things like diodes, they often have a little bit of plastic on top, which can melt and get ugly. So, there are some things which you can just keep throwing heat at, and they're not going to care. But then there are other things there where, yes, I would suggest that if things are really not doing what you want, stop. Think about why it's not working. Think about if you're using a hot air station, have you got the air up too high? Maybe you don't have enough flux there for it to do, what you want. Those sorts of things. Try and think about, why am I getting into a mess here, and what can I do to try and get out of it? And then maybe come back at it, with a slightly different tactic, something like that.
Yeah, I definitely was running into some issues with that a moment ago.
So it's kind of like the same as marriage, then, is what you're saying.
Oh, it's exactly like marriage. Oops.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, it's like marriage. You look to see if there's enough plastic that you might melt it. Okay. And then I guess if you look at the average debt service ratio in North America, plastic is melting relationships.
Oh.
Is that a broad, use of the term plastic, or you really mean plastic? One could argue silicone.
Talking about credit cards there, good sir.
That sort of plastic. There we go. Yes, indeed. I see what you did.
Dan is being too smart for us.
61. We need some 10K.
Those are some neat little rows there, Dan.
Look at all my rows, baby.
Look how fancy you are, sir.
I gotta put this thing away or I'm gonna burn something. Which way? Move it. There we go. Look at them rows,
Nice.
ladies
wow.
and gents.
You know what? You
Wow.
would swear. Now, because of the camera, it's kind of hard for me to see, but just a couple of things to keep in mind. If you look at resistors there, like say R6 and R7, you see where that solder is actually lipping up over the edge of the component, whereas if you look at something like R9 and R10, that solder is only just touching the edge of the component. I can't tell.
That's like a full.
Sorry?
Well, it looks like I got a little solder hat on this one.
Yeah. So I guess all I would say with those is just, make sure that the solder isn't just sitting on the components, that it has actually properly bonded, that it has melted and everything like that. So just, keep an eye on your joints there. If you ever need to go and neaten them back up, just get a little bit of flux on there and just come in there with that soldering iron. Don't let it sit there for too long so you don't melt the whole thing, and then just neaten up those joints. So not super, important, but just worth mentioning. And there's a cat behind.
Cat on the chair. All right. Hello. Okay, Bruce, we are moving on here to the. Oh no!
We're looking at heading towards. So you've done all of the 0805s there. We're now looking at moving on to 0603. Is that correct? I think the next row is 0603. So we've actually got to move down to the next size smaller.
Okay. So that would be. Oh, goodness.
For mine, they're actually labeled as 13R, which is 1.3 ohms. But you may have different ones.
Let's see what yours look like.
They look like that.
Okay, that's very small. With that bridge? Oh my god. Barely. That can't be right, is it?
Are there numbers written on it? Hang on. You might have the next size down.
There are numbers, but they're absolutely tiny.
Okay, yeah, no, that's the ones. You've got them. There is a smaller size there. There is a smaller size there, and that's this one here, which is 0402. And I'll put them next to each other so you can see them.
Oh, I'm looking at that one, I think. Because, here, this is kind of what I was looking at.
Yeah, okay, so the ones in your right hand, they're 0402. There's nothing written on those because they're too small to have printing on them. The ones in your left hand, they're the ones you want, I think. I'm pretty sure.
Those look like they're the right size.
What's the number written on them, just out of curiosity?
Mine say 110.
110, eh?
Everything he got says 110.
Yeah. Now, Bruce, this flux, this isn't that active stuff that's going to melt my skin, right?
No, you got a nice safe one there. It's a safe-ish. I mean, they've all got chemicals. They all do, tell you to exercise some caution. But this stuff is pretty benign.
It's safe to say that none of us will be safe until V3 comes out.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. I did a bit of work with the V3 yesterday, and I have to say that there are a couple of things about it where I felt like it burned away a little bit too quickly. But we do have to keep in mind that it is a much safer flux to use. So, there are going to be trade-offs.
Yeah, I tried to relay this in your live chat, but I don't think I did a good job. I did notice that it burned away, or it went liquid almost instantly, a lot faster but it stuck around longer. I didn't see any spots on where you were soldering where it had completely burned away.
Well, what I found was when I was using it for For the recapping side of things and placing components and all that sort of stuff, it worked beautifully. No issue at all. When I started using it for trace repair, I found that it was not working as well as some of the other fluxes just for the trace repair work. So, but this will all be in my review video when I eventually get around to doing it.
Now, the flux you got was sample 88.
That is
So
correct.
do you feel that if you give this feedback back to them, there might be at some point a sample 126 where
it is always possible, and I certainly will be giving them this feedback, and I'm going to be doing it in a very, very constructive way. I'm not just going to say, hey, it's bad. I'm going to say this is what I noticed, and just see what they say.
Sample 88, a little Back to the Future fun.
Yeah. It should be sample 85, shouldn't it? 1985?
Oh, that's it? Oh. Well, I think 88 miles per hour, right?
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. Very good point.
Either that, they're a big fan of, Hitler's field gun.
Anything is possible, but I suspect it might just be it's because it came after sample 87. But I don't know. I don't know. I'm not going to go around.
Sample 88. I don't know. They could be onto something good. I don't know anything. I don't know anything.
Stop singing my theme song.
I'm gonna do a little bit of Eric Andre style fun.
That's
there.
cute. Dan starts singing, and the cat walks up to him. Are you okay?
You gotta get out of here, sweetheart. This is not good stuff for cats.
That's
There we go. She'll go hunker down again.
Now, we don't care, even though this is his channel and his live stream. I'm just going to say it. We don't care about Dan's health and safety one bit. But for the sake of the cat, Bruce really should have hammered home the fact that he needs a fume extractor.
Well,
and
it's
a t-shirt over your face doesn't count.
You know what? I'm actually working for one. Check this out, Jay.
Oh,
And
well,
it's
let me.
out to the window.
And why do you keep covering your mouth with your t-shirt? It's obviously not working.
Well, no, it's because every once in a while, I can see directly where the fumes are going. Most of them get sucked back into the blue filter on this thing. But every once in a while, I like break off a little solder too close to me, and then I see the fumes come this way, and I'm like, ah!
All right.
You need to build up a resistance.
That's right, yeah. It's like lung calluses.
So I'm going to put all of the resistors and capacitors on this, and I'm going to leave the other components for after, because we've got things here like diodes, we've got triodes, we've got integrated circuits, we've got light emitting diodes. And
Triode sounds like something you made up.
It does, doesn't it? I think we should probably talk about those when I actually put them on, because there are differences with some of these.
Like the Johnson rod from Seinfeld. You remember that one where they're talking about how a good mechanic is the most important thing? It's like, I can tell you anything. Nobody knows. Oh, yeah, you need another Johnson rod, eh?
So many.
Before I do my next round of fading off into the background, I would just like to call upon everyone here to click the like button. And if you're not already subscribed, well, don't do it at this point, you know.
Save yourselves. But also, thank you, Jay.
We're going to try it again, because why not? Because I need to get this working on this stream, and so then I could tell everyone, no, go check out Dan's stream. That's where the magic happened.
This cat really wants to see what is going on in here.
Like every cat. They
Yeah,
want
exactly.
what they cannot have.
See that video going around lately of the cat sitting next to a guy cutting onions?
No,
So-
I haven't seen that.
Like he just wants to be involved at whatever the cost. The cat just can't stop squinting, but it won't leave. It wants to just be there. Okay.
All right.
Next round. Nice.
Maybe I should put memory in this thing.
Yeah.
It'll take this the same as a 2X, right?
I think so.
Yeah. Place of the tiny piece there. Place of the tiny piece.
Oh, there you go, Dan. Excellent.
What's that?
I'm just commenting on your placement there.
Oh, the place of the tiny piece.
At the tiny things.
She place of the tiny piece. Oh, the flux is so sticky, icky. Ooh wee.
Yeah, this is one of the reasons why I do wear the gloves, because after prolonged exposure, your fingers just get really sticky and it gets annoying.
Yeah, ditch the gloves and live life, man. So far, I've yet to touch that lead solder wheel.
You've done well. So you're just holding it by the spool, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm holding by the spool and pulling a little bit out at a time and bending it upwards so I can sort of.
It's a tried and true method, sir. You're doing well. Apparently, Steve's an idiot. What's happened?
I got the wrong memory in my hand. I was trying to put 32 pin into whatever the hell this is. This is 72 or whatever.
I have no idea. I can't remember the 840 AV. I got one here somewhere.
Yeah, sorry, Steve. We don't all have $1 million to own one of those.
Is there anyone else out there that kind of enjoys hearing someone else having trouble getting their mower started?
Their lawnmower?
Yeah. You know how when you have someone that's clearly struggling with the thing and having to yank and
They're just reefing on it.
And they're just trying lots of different things to try and get it going. I don't know. I love listening to that.
Bruce likes to stand in the window and just go, yes, yes, yes. That is excellent. Try it again, yes.
Okay, so Dana's telling us a 72 pin, 60 nanosecond for the 840.
Thank you. I'm just going to shove in whatever fits, baby.
Yeah, oh, easy, Tiger.
So I have got to the point now where I am onto some more interesting, slightly more interesting components. So
let's see about this.
And I think I'm missing one too, a component that is. I mean, I seriously think I'm missing a component. I mean, unless
I was missing one, and I found there was another one with a different number on another little section. The same size. I think it's the same one.
I mean, unless I've dropped it. I mean, I could have dropped it. You know, you can drop these things. I'm pretty sure I have two of these kits, so it might be in. I might have to steal from the other one.
Now, one thing that we should talk about, what is it? Okay, is how you guys clean all your flux off after. You just wash it with ISO, like in a toothbrush?
Yeah.
Use your tongue.
So there are a couple of ways you can do it. I mean, you can. There are lots of different ways you can clean flux off things. Believe it or not, you can even just use soapy water if you want to. But what I would suggest is once you have done that and you've got all the flux off, that you then clean it with some ISO or some distilled water to make sure you wash away any of the impurities that might be in that tap water. But for a board as small as this, I mean, seriously, there are a couple of things you could do. You could get yourself just a little Tupperware container, something really small, pour some iso alcohol in it and put it in and fully submerge it and hit it with a toothbrush just to brush it all away, get it all off. Do it that way. You could get some distilled water in a little container. You could submerge it and give it a good old washeroony. A lot of these fluxes are water soluble, so once you hit them with a bit of water, you can just sort of wash them away. When you get something as covered in flux as we have now, I would recommend that you are better off actually fully submerging it in a liquid and then getting a toothbrush and cleaning it, rather than just trying to pour some iso on and scrub it with the brush. You'll probably find that all you're going to be doing is just diluting it and spreading it around the board. So if you really want to wash it away, I say get something like just a little Tupperware container that's just a little bit bigger than the board itself, and put in some distilled water or some iso alcohol, scrub it all away, then give it a good old rinsing, and then it just needs to dry out.
Bruce, I'm assuming the 0603C is the tiny capacitors?
Which one? Sorry, the
really tiny capacitors?
Yes. Well, actually, we'll need to have a look. We need to have a look at what you've got there. So they are capacitors, as in they're the lighter coloured ones. They're white or brown.
These are brown with nothing written.
Yep. No worries. That's them. That you got them. Yes, sirree. I think I might have done something really stupid, but I'm just going to confirm that before I own up to it.
Okay.
Did you see that?
Did you see that?
What happened, Steve?
Oh, nothing. Just
It's a little
teasing.
in joke. It's a little in joke. We did a live stream a while ago on Mike's channel, and I had a few wines. A few wines. I've been drinking a few wines, and someone said something, and I, in my best Biden impression, said, "Did you see that?" So, so that's now become a bit of an inside joke within the Mac84 group of, "Did you see that?" I think I said you saw that is what I said. You saw that. And as it turns out, I did do something incredibly stupid. That component that I thought I was missing, I had actually saw it on the table and thought it was something else and filed it away. And that was very stupid. That was very stupid of me. And I want to apologize to everyone.
Well, I'll allow it. Are we sure these are the ones I should be doing? These are really small.
Yeah, they are the smallest capacitors there. So there are no capacitors any smaller than that in the kit. So if they are capacitors, they are the ones.
If they is what we were talking about.
Yep, you're doing well here. And I'm telling you, learning to do this with hand soldering is good. It's very good.
Well, you said we're running before we're walking, but I'm pretty confident we're running good here.
Yeah, no, I think you're doing real well.
You're not dead yet. Keep going.
You're not dead yet, kid. Freaking. Don't you hate going to the bathroom? Yeah. It's funny, I made that YouTube community post a while ago, like earlier this week, I think it was, where I just said, "Aren't you sick of going to the bathroom?" And my brother's like, "What was that all about?" I'm just stirring the pot, getting people thinking.
Get people thinking. That way, in 5 years, when you invent something that changes biology for the better, they'll know you came up with it first.
That's right. You're darn right. You got to plant the seeds, and then you know what you do with the plant.
Well, I have 2 non-matching memory modules. Why the hell not? We'll just shove them in and see what happens.
I think you need 4, don't you? Oh, no, it's an 840AV. Sorry, you're right. You're right.
I don't know. I really don't know. It's been so long since it worked, I forgot what was needed.
Goodbye, Dana. Thank you very much for joining.
Oh, bun attention emergency. Yeah, Dana's got a quite young bunny. and you don't pay attention to them, they will cause an incident to make you pay attention to them.
Steve is the resident rabbit expert on this live stream.
Yeah. They are experts at doing exactly what you don't want them to do.
Okay, June's finally taken off. She wants a break.
Thank goodness.
I was getting real sick of her attitude, you know?
Oh, come on. Just chime once. Just amuse me.
You're doing this like a pro, sir. You're getting a good feel for it.
Oh, I think so.
So, one of the things that I generally sort of talk about when it comes to learning to solder is getting to the point where the solder is doing what you want it to do. That when you go in to do something, that you know what the solder's going to do. You know, you can predict and get a real feel for it, rather than it's just like, oh, I can't get this bloody solder to do what I want. You know, getting that real feel for it. I mean, you appear to be flying along here. What I would suggest is that once you get to the end of this row, we will move to some of the components on the inside and look at more complicated ones.
Yeah,
Make
well,
them sweat.
We got to find a conclusion to this eventually, right? So let's get working on the inner core. Is yours going to be able to run LED lights, Bruce?
Yeah, it should. It should.
Awesome.
I've got. I don't know why. Yeah, okay, I see. So I've got one coloured LED lights for the middle, and then I've got another coloured LED lights for something else for the outside. So yeah.
Now, for those that are tuning in late, what are you guys building? I know it's a test kit, but what does it do when it's done?
Well, what it is going to do, it's my understanding, it runs a little kind of light chaser type thing around here. So these little LED lights will go flickety, flickety, flickety. There is nothing here about, or maybe there is, I'm just about how much voltage we need to apply to the thing, but I think it would, I'm just looking here. Okay, so it's telling me, no, absolutely nothing about how many volts we should put into it.
I assume 5.
My guess would be 5. I think that's
220.
probably a fairly safe assumption.
1,000. I always like to do 1,000 everything.
Yes. So a lot of these LED lights that you buy will usually be around about the 2 to 3 volt mark, sometimes a little bit more, sometimes a little bit less. And then we put these resistors in line there to reduce the voltage from 5 down to the voltage that the LEDs want. LEDs will quite happily run a bit under the voltage that they were designed for, but if you go too much over, they will go poo, and they will never shine again.
Oh, yeah.
Bruce, would you mind, for those that might watch this after the fact and say, wow, I can do what they do, do you have a link to this kit?
I don't. Now, I'm pretty sure it was bought on AliExpress. Could have been Banggood, but I'm not really sure. But I tell you what I'm going to do. I'm going to search for it. How about that?
How about that?
Bruce,
you
you
might
got your
even get this one.
AliExpress. You probably got the better price.
Oh, I wouldn't count on it. I'll have a look on Amazon first.
Steve does not look satisfied. Is it not working?
I'm trying to remember where I put the video memory chips, because who knows? Maybe you need those on the board. I don't know anymore. I don't
Check the
know.
ultrasonic cleaner.
No, they're not in there. So there are 4 memory slots, but I think you could get away with just putting 2 in there, but I'm not sure.
Ah, look at that. I found one on Amazon for $7.98. I'm going to grab the link. I'd really love it if it was an affiliate link, but I'm not logged in at the moment. Maybe I should sign in. So then everyone who buys it will be giving me money instead of Dan.
I don't want that.
Those 0.5 cents or whatever.
It adds up, man. It adds up.
Okay, so let's just.
I want to hear.
I'm going to pop this in here. It's going to come up as if it's from Dan, but it is me typing it in here. Pa-ching. So this is the kit that we're actually working on at the moment, and you can see there what the finished product will look like.
Nice. It does say in the description, after welding, you're welding,
Yes.
disconnect electricity, 3 to 12
3 to
volts.
12 volts. Yes, I saw that there. So they've actually designed it so that it can work on a variety of voltages.
Yeah, so if you go to 220, you should be good.
Okay.
Don't do what I did and run 240 volts through something that was designed to be 12.
Yeah.
I did manage to fix it afterwards, but I shouldn't have had to have fixed it afterwards.
Okay, Bruce, I'm finished that row here, so let's.
Right. Okay. So let's have a look at some other components here, and I'll just give a few little tips if I can.
I'll put you on the screen here, Bruce.
So I am now going to change over to the microscope view once again, because that's probably the important part. And all right, so let's have a look here. So we've got a couple here, which you've got this little logo, which is a little triangle with a flat piece. And that is an indication of a diode. And that little logo is also showing us which way around that diode should be put on. So you've got D here, D for diode. And so that's
D for Dan.
Now, these are the diodes we've got here. These are... These, I am pretty sure, I'm not 100% certain, but I'm pretty sure these are, oh crap, what's the sort of diode they are? Zener diodes. Now, the important thing with a diode is it has a very, very important role, and its role is to allow electricity to only travel in one direction. So if we imagine, electricity traveling in a particular direction on a circuit board, the diode will prevent it from going the other way. And one really important area where diodes are used, if you have something that runs on batteries, what they do is they put diodes in to protect against people putting the batteries in backwards. So they make it so that there's no way that the electricity can travel in the circuit board in the opposite direction. They'll plop a diode in there so that if someone accidentally puts the battery in the wrong way, you're not going to ruin the electronics. So that's one of the purposes of a diode. Diodes are also really important in a thing called a bridge rectifier. And that's a thing that turns AC power into DC power. So it turns AC, which is alternating current, into direct current. So that's something that diodes are really important for as well. So anyhow, we have these ones here, and I freaking hate these. I hate them with a passion because they're round. So when you use your hot air station, they go rolling across the board and they suck. So just saying that. Now, each of these have a little black line on it. You can see the black line, and that is meant to go on the same side as the black line that you will see on this little diagram. So in other words, these are going to need to go on that way around. And if I'm wrong, I'm not right, but I'm pretty sure I'm right. Okay. So I'm just going to, yep, that looks right to me. Yep. So that's good. I'm glad that I got it right. Now with these, because they are round like this and they roll away, I would never solder these with hot air. Now you're not using hot air, so that's it doesn't really matter either way. But I'm just saying that while a lot of these components I would solder with hot air, I would not do these ones with hot air for that reason. So these are going to be pretty much the same as you have been doing with the others. The only difference is that they're round and not square. So it's just a little bit trickier to hold them without them flying away and stuff like that. So I'm just going to get some solder on the end of my iron tip, as I have done with the others. We'll make sure we have the polarity correct. Always do a double check before you're going to solder, because it's a lot easier to get it right before you put the solder on. I'm going to hold that there, and then we'll just do the soldering on one side thing. So there we got our component in there. And because these are all in a row, I'm going to do all 4 of them one side, and then I'll do all 4 of them the other side. So holding it in position, check that I've got the polarity right, and solder. And then one more. So we're using the same method. As I say, the only difference with these is they must go on a particular way because they're a diode, and they are round, so they're a little bit fiddlier to hold when you're working with them. Or some might argue they might even be easier, but they can roll off. So we're going to do that. Not very much flux there. Let's get a bit more flux, shall we?
Dan is already finished. He's just waiting for you to catch up.
He's doing well. See?
Yeah, Nick.
He's got a knack for it. He's got a
Yeah,
real
Nick.
knack for it. What's an Ultimate Admiral Dreadnoughts? Can anyone tell me what that is?
Ultimate Admiral Dreadnought. Sounds like an anime.
I think it's a game of some description. Okay, so there we've got our 4 little diodes on. I'll wait till you've done yours, and then we will move on to something else interesting.
Photon Collector, is that Steve from Formula One Racing? I have a feeling it might be, but I might be wrong. Sorry, go ahead.
No, you're going ahead.
I'm just saying, go ahead, Bruce, and you were saying something?
No, I wasn't. You
All right.
mentioned it. I said nothing.
I will trust you.
I'm just, all I was really saying is that we'll wait till you've got these 4 down there. And, we've just got a reply. It is. The Photon Collector is.
I thought so.
A question for everyone here currently soldering something. You guys work on the older stuff, and I assume that Dan will be working on the older beige era type stuff as well. So there will be a frequent need, or well, not a need, but opportunity for drag soldering. You guys use a lot of chips, lots of pins on all sides. Bruce, have you ever used a hoof tip iron?
Can you explain to me what that is, and I'll tell you if I have or haven't?
It's the same tip as you have now, but there's a little indent on the flat spot, so that it can kind of cup a solder ball in there, and when you drag, it just releases that solder.
Yeah, no, never use that.
Oh, now you must.
No,
I didn't know it existed until today, and
too
I
old
love
to change my ways now.
Okay, Bruce,
All right, so
lead the way.
we're ready. Now, what I think we might look at next to these little guys here, Q1. Now, what we're dealing with Q1 is a triode. Okay,
Ooh.
so it is essentially a diode that you. So I mentioned to you that the whole idea is that a diode can only allow electricity go in one way. A triode does exactly the same thing, except it has 3 pins on it, so it allows you to actually use it in a different way in a circuit. Really, I'm having difficulty trying to explain the difference. Let me have a look at the schematic here.
Some people would call it a transistor.
Well, it is a transistor. I'm just looking at it now. So why the hell are they calling it a triode?
You're calling it a triode. No one else
That's
is.
what the instruction says.
Well, that's Google Translate. Come on.
So now here's the thing. There are actually 3-pinned diodes that aren't transistors, but this is a transistor.
This is it, right? This little black chip-looking thing with the 3 legs.
3 thing that's in the little black thing there. Yeah, that's the guy. So once again with this one, same way as you're doing the others. Make sure you get some flux on there. Get the little component in place. I mean, you're doing this. You're in control here. I don't feel like you've I don't feel like anything here is going to give you any form of challenge, really. But drop the little fella here.
Yeah. Get that tip wet, ladies.
Ladies.
Dan doesn't know that the real challenge is still coming. At the very end of this, you're gonna tell him to wick everything off.
So normal thing, just getting a little bit of solder on the iron. I'm going to hold this in place. I'm going to do the one side first. So just get one pin soldered, like there. So we've got a nice little ball. Oh, look at that. What a beautiful ball. And then spin it around and get the other two. Point, point. So I didn't even need to resolder. I had enough solder on my iron to do all 3 pins of that one. Hello, chicken.
Nice. All right, I got mine on there too. 3 little balls, baby.
Smash it. We better.
What he said.
Okay, we're going to put you up for doing the next 2. You can get the zoom treatment.
Okay,
or
so
next
we're doing
3. Sorry.
Q2.
Yep. Well, yeah, we'll do Q2, and we've got Q3, and we've got Q4 as well. So we've got to work our way around the board and get them all done.
You can hear those chickens. That's hilarious.
Yeah.
You out with the chickens?
Sorry?
Out with the chickens?
Well, they're getting a little bit upset at something at the moment. I have no idea what, but they just something upsets them, and they just make a bit of noise. And so you can hear that's what you can hear in the background there.
Okay. Q3, welcome. All right. Coming up.com.
Whoopsie. Upsy down. So it looks like we've still got 21 people watching.
Amazing.
I just want to say to all of those people, well done.
Thank you.
Well done.
Why? Okay. Next one. Coming up, we're going for Q2.
Woo!
Now we are over 2.5 hours into this, so for those that arrived late, Bruce and Dan are working on a SMD soldering practice kit, and Steve is working on his 840 AV board, I believe.
And that's why he's so quiet. Masking the tears.
Yes.
So what is next for you, Dan? A few days from now, you're going to be practicing on an SE board or something?
Oh gosh, I don't know. I'm gonna have to order capacitors for something.
Well, to be fair, you can practice the removal, pad cleanup, if you want to venture that far, trace repair and stuff.
Yeah, there's so much to learn still, but this is a huge breakthrough here for me.
I would suggest that when it comes to removing capacitors, when
you just twist them off, right?
Well, when you're new to soldering, getting capacitors off the board without a hot air station or solder tweezers can be a bit of a challenge. So there are some other things that you can do to get those caps off, even without using the twist-off method. You can use some cutters and try and cut the top off, and that will then allow you to expose those pins, and you can then remove them one at a time. It's not something I recommend, but as I say, it's quite challenging getting a capacitor off that's soldered on both sides if you only have the ability to melt the solder on one side at a time. It does get quite challenging.
All right, Steve. Okay, all of the cues are on now, Bruce.
Woo!
Sorry,
got excited there for a second. Okay, so Now we've got some light emitting diodes to put on, and they are labeled as D. Now you'll find that you've got one big batch of diodes and one little batch of diodes. And the reason why they are two different batches is they are different colors. I think we have red ones and green ones. So you'll find four of, I think, the green ones, and then I think the rest are the red ones.
Yeah.
Okay, you got those? You found those there, right there, up there, up there, up there, up there?
Freaking, yeah, I got these.
Yep.
They're in the black and right?
So the four on the outside, these are going to be the four that we have of one particular type there. So I'm going to open these up now, and we're going to do these light emitting diodes, and then we'll do the ICs after this, and then we'll be done. Okay, so let's get all these out. Now, if you have a look at these light emitting diodes, if we flip them over, look at the unders of them, look at the LED's nether regions, you see there's a little triangle on the face?
I do. I see that, yeah.
Yep. So that is pointing in the direction of the, when I was showing you before, that diode logo with the little triangle. Now, these don't have a triangle labeled for the LEDs, but what they do have, can you see the screen printing is thicker on one side here? You see you've got a thin line and a thick line. Or if I look here at D17 in the corner, thin line, thick line. Well, what we want is those little green bits of this. You can see the two green dots on the right-hand side. They need to be pointing in the direction of the thick line. Okay?
Green arrow points to the thick.
Yeah. So a light emitting diode is basically just a diode. What we were referring to before, it is something which restricts the flow of electricity in one direction. But a light emitting diode has the added advantage that it glows when power is running through it as well.
Oh, nice.
Now, really important with these, I would never do these with hot air station because that heat can damage the plastic on the top of these. So when working with light emitting diodes and surface mount, just got to be reasonably gentle with these, not to apply heat for too long. Otherwise, you can melt them and then they get upset.
So do we apply these the same way we've been doing so far?
Exactly the same way we've been doing so far. Okay. But just the main thing is just keeping in mind with these that they are more fragile than the components we've been working with so far in terms of their exposure to prolonged heat.
Well, that is A-okay. Here at Canadian Computer Collector Corp, we want all diodes to feel welcome.
You are diode inclusive.
That's right. It's a place where diode can come and earn a good living and not have to worry about weirdos like capacitors.
Dan is diode woke.
And Steve is diode broke.
Hey, talking about. See, if you guys played Minecraft with Steve and I, you would know just how much music is created.
In other words, Dan and I get so bored that we start just like riffing on each other, and we'll just make this stupidest song that nobody would ever listen to.
Breaking and taking.
Breaking and taking.
What were some of the other ones that we had? Oh my god, I can't even remember now.
I haven't logged on to your server in a while, which makes no sense because I've not had a job, so I have no excuse.
You know, I haven't been on for a while either. I've been playing a lot of Deep Rock Galactic with my friends, including Megatron Prime.
Playing with your other friends. I see how it is.
Now, Megatron brings up something. Do you have isopropyl alcohol?
I have a bottle of 99% right here.
Look at that.
I've been drinking it this whole time.
Pour one out. Yeah.
Oh, yes, 1 o'clock. Still a little bit early to start drinking the ISO.
Meanwhile, I'm working on my last Baileys.
That's when the special J comes out.
One ain't enough.
That's when he goes to sleep.
Yeah.
I'll be right there. Oh, wait. Never mind. That's like my buddy Gabe. Shout out to Gabe. He's one of these guys who when he can like sit down and fall asleep. So sometimes when we play video games, he'll be like, "Yeah, guys, I'm on my way. I'll be right there," and then I'll just be like, "Oh." Turned out he fell asleep for the rest of the day.
I like this guy. He sounds good.
He's good stuff. Good sleeper.
Oh, how is that even connecting?
How indeed?
How the hell is that connecting? Look at this.
What's the resistance? Tell me what the resistance is reading.
Let's see. 0. Hold on. I have to hold it steady. 001.
Okay. Yep, that's definitely connecting.
Well,
I've got my
clean it up.
I got my diodes on there, Bruce.
Okay, so now, well, we can go one of two ways. So there are actually a whole stack more diodes to put on, but we can move on to more interesting things and then come back to diodes. So, yes.
Sure.
So let's have a look at these ICs. IC standing for integrated circuit. So essentially what we're looking at is we're looking at all these things here. These are like loads and loads and loads and loads of components all crammed into a tiny little thing. And it's the future. It is the future. There's no doubt about that. So we'll start with the 4. I should say 8. We've got one here with 8 pins. It's the DIP, stands for dual inline party animal. And if we have a look at the screen printing here, you can see that there's a little like curve on one side.
Yeah.
That indicates that is the side that has pin 1 on it. And this here has a dot indicating where pin 1 is. So that dot is showing that is pin 1. So we need to make sure that this dot is on the same side as that little divot in the screen printing. So it's going to go on that way. Righty. Now, before I put that on, I'm going to add some flux because we need flux.
Of course. I'm right there with you.
This V2 goes pretty kludgy when it's been sitting on the board for a while.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Whoopsie dink. There we go.
Now, how do you attach this bastard without the solder bridging each little piece?
Flux.
Well, flux is the key. And this is something that I am going to demonstrate for you.
Right.
Okay, so first thing I'm going to do, so you get the component so that it is pretty much where you want it to sit. And that's going to take a little bit of fiddling around. It takes a little bit of time. You want to make sure it's sitting all evenly, that all the pins are where they should be, that they're not touching anything they're not meant to be touching, and it all looks like even and straight. So that all look pretty even and straight there. So then I'm going to do the same thing as I always do. I'm going to put a little bit of solder onto the end of my iron, not too much. Then I'm going to get a pair of tweezers to hold this component in position. That can sometimes be a bit of a fiddly thing. It might slide and go kind of at an angle or something, but it just takes a little bit of fiddling and practicing until you get it where you want. Then we're going to solder 1 pin only, like that. Okay, so we've now got 1 pin that is soldered.
Okay, I'm going to try and catch up to you here.
Yep. Okay, we'll get you in. There you go. There's 3 there.
I hope I don't have too much. Hang on.
Look at those steady hands, man.
Yeah, he's doing well. Okay, I think that is that on.
Yep.
Good. So having
yeah,
that one pin on now allows you to sort of step back and look at it and say, is it still straight, or have I gone a little bit crooked somewhere? And mine's reasonably straight. It's a little bit crooked on this side. I can just apply a little bit of pressure to straighten it up, and then I'm going to do one little tack on the other side, like that. Whoop. I'm going to push that down now. There we go. So what we have now, the whole purpose of doing the tack is that if you have made a mistake, if you haven't got it on correctly, you've only got one pin to undo. The moment you get sort of 2, 3, 4 pins with solder on them, they can become a lot easier to remove. So we go through that process of just doing a tack, getting it into a nice position, and then we'll maybe do a second tack to get it, to make it all locked in, and then we go through the process of soldering the rest of the pins. Right. Now, when we have one like this, there aren't very many pins there. I can just go in here and with a bit of solder and just sort of getting the solder onto those pins. Away we go. All looking good. On the larger, what I see when we do this, I'm going to show a different method of doing it. But for the moment, we can just go in, we can just apply that heat, and you can see the solder. The flux is actually making the solder go where it's meant to go. It's not hanging out the sides or anything. It just travels up that pad, up onto that onto that pin, and we get a really nice join there. So let's see what happens with you there.
And if you get the idea it's not flowing the way you want to, just add a gallon of flux.
Add more flux, we'll always fix it.
That is looking sexy, though.
Oh no, I bridged it.
That's good.
You did bridged it. Yep. Okay, so what you could do is put a bit more flux on it. Onto that bridged area. Now, what I want you to do is I want you to get that iron, and I want you to start from the top and pull down. So I'm just going to demonstrate it to you because I'm going to do the same thing. I'm actually going to bridge mine so that we're looking at the same thing. So I'm going to go in and put a bit. There we go. Okay, I've got a bridge there. So I've probably got more solder on there than you do. But the way I would try and remove the bridge is I get some extra flux on there. So that's got a decent amount of flux on there. Make sure that the tip of your iron is clean, that it doesn't have extra solder on the end. So give it a good stabby stab into the stuff, and then I would start from the top here and work downwards. So melt the solder, pull down. Did you see the way that I just let solder away?
Got it. It's good.
Got it.
Yay!
Woo. Okay.
We're ready to move on to the next guy. And for this one, I'm going to use this one as a bit of a demonstration. So with this one here, we've got the same situation. We've got this little divoty thing here, that's indicating where our pin 1 is. And then we've got a dot on this that's showing where pin 1 is. This actually also has a stripe. You may or may not be able to see that it has a stripe. That stripe is indicating that stripe is meant to go on this side here, the side with the little curly bit sticking out. So that's going on that way. I'm actually going to flip this around this way. Get this on as straight as we can.
Some solder.
Some solder.
Yeah. There we go.
Then we'll put that there. A little tack. So I've got my single tack on there. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to put a little tack there as well. I'm going to solder every single one of these pins with a drag soldering action. As you can see, I'm well fluxed here. I'm fluxed to the max. And I'm going to get some solder onto the end of my iron, and I'm going to drag from left to right.
To the max.
A little bit more solder. Drag. And what we can see is that is basically just flowing across the tube. Now, I did that very differently how I would suggest you do it. What I would suggest you do is do a tack on one side, do a second tack on the same side, and then drag solder the other side. I did something that I wouldn't normally recommend here, is in I drag soldered one side before I had the other side soldered. But I did that on purpose because I want to actually demonstrate something using this as a test. So what I'm doing is I'm clearing away all the flux from mine.
Okay.
So have you tacked yours yet? Have you tacked
I tapped both corners.
Okay, good. So let me now just clean away all this alcohol. So what I have here now is something which is pretty free of flux, which is what I want. There's still a bit here, there's still a bit of residue, which is unfortunate because it won't demonstrate as well. How about I get flux cleaner? I'm going to get some flux cleaner. Squirts. Okay. Alrighty then. So this hopefully will work a little bit better now. It's still got flux on it, never mind. So I'm going to get a whole big glob of solder on the end of my iron, like this, and then I'm going to attempt to drag solder this. And I just want to show you what happens first without flux, and then we'll redo it with flux, and you'll just see how important flux is. So I'm going to get this big glob here, and I'm going to drag across. There's still so much residual flux on here. There we go. It's actually still behaving incredibly well. But anyhow, there we go. I've managed to create 3 bridges on there by using sort of fluxed solder.
Yeah.
Now if I then go in and put flux on top, and we'll run it past, you'll see it just neatens them up beautifully. It was a bad demonstration because there was still residual flux around, but the point of the matter is, for doing something like a drag solder, where you just have a solder there and you just drag the iron across the edge there, you can see it forms beautiful joins on every single pin, but you need to have the flux there.
It really is magic, eh? Like, look, I just got a really clean one from the drag solder there.
Yep, that's beautiful. That is beautiful. So that's your, you drag soldering like a pro.
Woo!
Yeah, we're gonna have to, That's Dan's new channel name.
Like a
okay.
boss.
So we've been ripping through this stuff. Now, what's next, Bruce?
Well, the next thing we need to do, we've got to stick the rest of the diodes on, and so this is what I'm moving through now. So we need to.
Ds are?
Sorry?
Is that what the Ds are in that circle?
Yes, that's right. And so you're looking for that other packet of light emitting diodes. So there was one packet that only had 4 in it, and then there's one packet that has heaps in it. So we need the packet that has heaps in it now.
Okay, here we go. Steve, how's that board working out for you?
I don't know. I thought I found another break, but I can't see where the hell the wire goes.
Okay, I am just pulling these diodes out now. They're so small that sometimes they stick to your hand and you don't even notice.
Yeah.
Oh, it is a break. That is a break. Yeah, right under the SCSI.
This is a really important thing to keep in mind, Dan, is that this is really, really good practice, because when it actually comes time for you to work on some of these Windows Macs, you'll find a lot of the components are much bigger and much easier to handle than you're working with here.
Okay, good. This is like the McDonald's is your first job method. You do everything first, then everything's a breeze after.
Yep, that's right.
Oh, somewhere where people don't shout at me? I'd love to work there.
I should mention that that little ball of copper that you clean your iron in, it's also remarkably effective at quickly getting gunk off your tweezers. Just stab it in there a few times,
Oh, yeah, good call.
And you're
Yep.
good as new.
That is a
Hey.
tip from Jay. I have to admit that yes, I do that quite a lot now, and never did that until I got the tip from Jay on that one.
Jay,
You know what's funny about this, Bruce?
Mhm.
Sorry, I was gonna say I'm gonna fix a wire that's running to the SCSI port, even though that has nothing to do with anything, and it would not have anything to do with this machine not booting.
Well, you never know. But you're right. But you know, you got to repair the trace. It's important. All traces need to be repaired.
And that's what's making me crazy about this, because it's not even anywhere near a capacitor that would have made that trace go bye bye.
Now, Dan, are
Yes,
you
indeed.
going to check and make sure that you are getting the polarity correct with each of these diodes you put on, making sure the little green is pointing to the stripy bit?
Make sure that I clean the tweezers so that it won't stick to them, and then I flip it over to see where that arrow is.
Well, you don't
The
actually
arrow
need to flip it over. There is actually a green stripe on the other side, which just needs to be pointed towards
Oh,
the
really?
thick part. Can you see the little green stripe?
Not well.
Use your elven eyes. So I'm just going to zoom in and just quickly take over your big picture there. Dan, if you get a chance to just look up, can you see the green?
Oh, yeah.
See the green? There's a green there, and there's not green on the other side. That green needs to be pointed to the thick side.
I'm not sure I have that same diode as you.
Well, what?
Green is like largely not visible for me.
Okay. Yep. Well, you've got the other side as well. So you're all good.
I got the cheap diodes.
Now, one of the reasons why these components have these like little dots on the side, the thing that the components come in, they come in these long strips and they have little dots on the side, like as in the dots on the side of film, like old movie films, because these can go into machines that will actually feed them out, mechanically. So for assembly machines that are actually building PCBs, and so you buy these components in great big rolls, and those little pins, they're for sprockets that actually push the components out, and then they get grabbed by a machine, by a thing called the pick and place machine, which then grabs the component, puts them on the board, and does all the hard work for you.
So where do you get one of these machines?
Well, you can buy them in a variety of places, but you will need a fair bit in the bank account.
Yeah.
One of these machines is located in New Jersey. Turnaround time is pretty horrible from what I hear, but that machine will get the job done. Another machine is in Australia. Shipping might be a bit much, but it'll get done there as well. And soon, Canada will have such a machine as well.
Yeah.
Well, there is definitely a Canadian sort of PCB manufacturer. I know that because I know someone who uses it. It's interesting because there has been, without wanting to get sort of political here, there has been a bit of a backlash in recent years, or certainly, let's say, an awareness of the fact that we are reliant on a lot of different countries for manufacturing of certain things. And when those supply chains get disrupted, whether they be because of armed conflict or whether they be because of pandemics, it makes people suddenly think to themselves, whoa, what if we couldn't get these from that country? What would we do then? And so there are actually, there are places around in the world at the moment that are starting to look at doing a lot of this manufacturing themselves, so that they're not reliant on those other countries to do them. So yes, there are a lot of these things you can get. You can get. You can actually get in your country of origin rather than having to go to a different country, but you may end up having to pay more, and you may end up having to having slower turnaround times.
And to add to that, if you've looked for such a place, whether it's PCB or type of groceries or whatever it is, you looked last year, you couldn't find it. Look again, because a lot of countries, or a lot of people in a lot of countries, have found out over the past few years exactly how much they depend on other countries to supply their groceries, their fertilizer, their gas, whatever. And a lot of new companies have started popping up all over the place. So it's worth to check again.
And one thing I would also say to people, and this starts to become slightly political, and for that I apologise, but I would it is something that I think is very important that everyone remember, that a lot of fruits and vegetables are seasonal.
Yes.
There is there is really no shame in choosing to eat something different at a different time of year to save on the, on the miles that a particular fruit or vegetable has travelled in order to get to you. So
good luck convincing some people that that's okay.
Bruce, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. I can get a Big Mac any time of year.
Bruce, I'm fully dioded here.
Sorry?
Well, I've got all the diodes in place now.
Excellent, no worries. Well, what I would suggest at this stage then is we will now continue with, because I've done all of these, but you haven't, I would say let's now move on to the resistors. So what we need you to do is I want you to hunt down and find a row of resistors there with, I believe the number is 331.
How many should there be?
There would be a fairly large strip of them.
Yeah, I only have one large strip left, and it's this one.
No, that's not it.
Is it going to be smaller than that?
No, it will be larger than that. You really should have another strip there.
Is it this one?
They're needed. That's great. You've got those. But I really feel like you should have another strip of resistors of that size.
Let's just see here.
Is that the one I saw the cat walk off with earlier?
Yeah. You'd think so. No, I have some left in this one.
Okay, so what was the number that you had there for that, like R34, the big long row there? What's the number on that capacity?
For the R34, those are 110.
Yeah, see, no. Let me just have a look. I mean, we might be able to use them.
These, I have some that are 30 something. They're really small.
11 ohms. No, we definitely can't use those. What have you got in that third row along up the left-hand side up there?
751s.
751. Let's see what that is.
I have a
750 ohms. Yes, look, we could use those, but it does not make sense that you don't have another row there, and that you don't have another strip, because I would have thought you would have another strip.
Yeah, I wonder if one of them got lost, perhaps, in the shuffle.
It is always possible, I guess.
Bruce is calling you a liar. That's what's happening here.
Because I have enough of these really tiny ones to do like the 0402 row or column.
Yeah,
and
yeah.
All I have left are basically, here, I'll zoom out.
Well,
this is what I have left here.
I guess what that means is we may have to look. Let's use what you have left of those 7.5 whatever it is, 751, and then we may end up having to take some of them off that you've already soldered on. So, and that's where the
Where are we placing these?
Okay, so what you're doing, if you have a look at where we put all the diodes in the circles, you'll notice there's a spot for a resistor next to each one as well. So we'll see like here I've got
I see. So this is
D3.
those off spots.
Yeah. So it's every second one that you're putting in there.
Gotcha.
And at the end of the day, this is a practice kit, and this is all about you honing your skills. It's nice if it flickers at the end, but if it doesn't, the lesson has still been.
Oh yeah, I don't really care if this works or not.
But the euphoria you'll feel if it does.
I care if Bruce's works because he's the expert.
Yeah, I care if mine works as well, because if it doesn't, I'm going to look like a right dick.
Especially if Dan's works and yours doesn't.
Yeah, that's right.
Nah. I gotta jump in here for a second and say though, if this really is your first time being around all this new equipment and soldering and stuff, you're doing better than a lot of people I've seen.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you.
I would say that as well, and I definitely think that what you were saying before, you do like fine painting on models and stuff. Is that right? That was what you said before.
Yeah.
I definitely think that's put you in good stead for this. I think that has really helped because, yeah, as Jay says, you are doing incredibly well.
Well, thank you, gang.
I'm gonna butt in
I
and
know,
say you're not doing well. You're horrible, Dan. How dare you? What the hell?
Steve, you keep me grounded.
You know me well enough to know that I would say that if it was the case. So
Yeah, Jay doesn't hold back when it's necessary. Okay. So I use those 4 751s. I have some that look like they might be the same size. Oh no, those are slightly smaller.
I mean, I really do feel like you have missed out on a batch of resistors. That there should have been another row in there because you quite simply don't have enough components to fully populate this board. They haven't given you enough to fully
Let's see if
populate.
this little row of resistors are the same size. These are, yeah, those are basically the same size. I think these are meant to be used here.
What are the numbers written on them?
103.
No.
Definitely no.
Definitely no. The 103s go somewhere else. Do you want to put those 103s on while you're at it?
Yeah, sure. Where do they go?
The 103s go in locations R48, R61, 62, 63, 64.
Okay. R48, 61, 62, 63.
Okay, so R48 is just above that little 8-pin IC that we put on.
Yeah.
Yeah, so one can go there.
Only one. Okay.
Just the one.
Okay. Got it. So 48, and then what were the others?
61, 62, 63, 64. And you will find them directly above the little row of diodes there.
That's right.
By your doodles.
may I just observe that both Dan and Bruce are using the same flux, which is actual Amtech V2, I believe.
And it is.
And from the movements and stuff, I can tell that it looks like you need significantly more force to get the flux out of the tube than you would with the ASM formula.
Yeah, I would say that is a very correct assessment.
Okay.
I would also say that when the V2 has been on the board for a while, had a chance to dry out a little bit, it gets really kludgy.
Kludgy. That's a new one.
Yep.
Look at that technique. He's using the tweezers upside down like a boss.
It's, well, Almost like a boss.
Oh, like management level.
Yeah, I'm not making any decisions, but I'm enforcing the rules.
Yeah.
I just want to say I'm really glad that at the beginning of this stream I didn't stand up with the camera because I have had my fly open this whole time.
I am 100% pantless.
It's not a Canadian computer collector stream without the fly being open. Dan has these expectations, and we have to rise.
I want my friends to show off the goods.
At least you didn't go for 8 hours and not realize you've been flashing everybody the entire time first.
Does that happen before? 8 hour.
Now, you guys probably covered this at the beginning of the stream, but I still have my kid running around, so I was a little distracted. This iron that you guys are using, is it the budget model but still really good, or is it just whatever you found?
This is the one that I recommended, sort of that Dan buy, and I have bought one of these myself because I have had this in the description of budget model irons for quite some time, sort of on my videos. And it would be, I think, pretty rude of me to be recommending something that I've never tried. So I bought one of these quite some time ago, and I used it a little. But today I've done this whole thing using this iron, which is the Shine Now brand. And I have to say, it's great. It gets hot really quick. And I'm using a T12 tip. I know how they behave, so I'm not having to kind of relearn anything. Nice, easy to hold handle, get good control on it. So I have to say that if you're going to be buying a budget iron, you could do a hell of a lot worse than buying this Shine Now, sort of the Shine Now iron. So
now, okay, with solder wick, Bruce, do I put the heat on the wick and then place it over top?
That's correct. Now, a really important thing when working with wick is the solder needs to be molten when you move it away. So if you put the wick on there and you melt it, if you then take the iron away, that wick will solder to the board. And then if you give it a yank, you're likely to tear a pad off or do some damage. So okay. I think it would be mean of me not to actually do one of these. So I'm going to just quickly do one so that you can have a look. And I'm also going to let you know that you probably won't get all the solder off. So when I go here and we'll take off one of these, because I didn't solder any on of that size. So I'll take off one of these capacitors, say. So we get the wick, and once again, keeping in mind that with wick does take a little bit of practice, because if I put this on here and I melt it on, and we've got all the solder on there, and I take my iron away, I'm having a lot of trouble doing it wrong, but I'm trying to do it wrong. It's not working. It's not doing it wrong. It's only there. But you can end up with the wick sticking to the board. But you're basically putting the wick right where the solder is. I'm going to just move this up a bit, like this. You're applying some heat. You'll see it all transfer across onto the wick, and then you take it away. And you can see that one now has very little solder left on it.
How much wick can you use that has solder on it, or do you have to snip it off like right away?
It's once it starts to get saturated, it stops sucking up solder, and then you just snip it off. So you'll know when it's time to go, because it stops sucking.
Right. This is a family show, Bruce, okay?
Okay, so I'm going to put you onto big screen again so I can scrutinize. Now, admittedly,
I already stole a 751 with my solder wick.
Oh, it came off on the wick, did it?
It didn't come off on the wick. I had to heat it up again to get the rest of it, but let's see here.
Well, as I mentioned before, one of the advantages with these size components is that they... so you are definitely removing the 751s at the moment?
Yeah.
Good. One of the things that happens with these smaller components is you can end up heating the whole component, and they come off quite easily because you're essentially melting the solder on both sides just by getting the whole component hot. But You're doing well. Doing well.
No pressure, guys, but Ron is here. Ron is watching. Be
What's
careful.
up, Ron?
Hey, Ron. Sorry about the streaming mix-up. It's my understanding you were streaming this morning as well, or this evening. Doing a little bit of a Marchintosh wrap-up, if I saw the notification correctly.
Some of us planned ahead and sent a pre-recorded message.
My apologies, Ron.
Oh,
It's
I know.
okay.
Do that, I wouldn't.
I
Having-
insisted.
My contribution for Marchintosh this year was freaking pathetic. So I don't think anyone would be asking me to do anything. As simple as that.
I did absolutely nothing. Hey.
Yeah, me neither. I did
people
nothing
don't
so that
expect-
everybody that did anything would look better. You're welcome.
That's
People
right. Yeah.
expect big things from Bruce.
You getting those off there okay there, there?
Yeah, it looks like it. I'm demonstrating the effect that you were trying to emulate there.
Oopsie.
Can I toss 2 quick tips in here?
Yes, please.
Sometimes you're working with wick and you spend a decent amount of time on one area and all the flux in the wick will have vanished. And you'll get stuck and whatever. You can always just apply some flux to the wick to rejuvenate it again.
Ooh.
Yeah, so that's the important thing about what wick is. It's braided. It's a very, very fine, thin braided copper, and it's been coated with flux, so that when you then apply heat to it and you put it near solder is just naturally drawn into it, and so you can then just take solder away from wherever you don't want it, and it'll just suck into that wick. But it is, it's a consumable. It is something that doesn't last particularly long, and then you have to snip the end off it, and then you have to, when you get to the end, you got to buy more. And I have almost always got rolls and rolls and rolls of the stuff because I go through it at such a rate of knots. But that's just part of it.
Yeah.
What do you guys think of those? You see those things that like suck the solder out? It's like a little tool.
Yep.
There
are a couple of different types of that sort of thing. There are ones that are manual. So in other words, you prime them, you press a button down, which then a spring, when you release it, that spring will pull it out like a kind of a reverse plunger and just create a vacuum inside it and suck solder into it. They're very handy, but because of the way they move with a very harsh action, with fine work, it's very easy to damage pads or traces while you're using them because they really kind of jerk around quite violently. Then you have a motorized version of those, where they actually have a little vacuum pump, and then you have it's like a soldering iron, but with a hole right through the middle of it. So the tip gets hot like a normal soldering iron, but when you apply heat, you press a button, and it actually sucks air through that little hole at the front of the iron, and will then just capture that solder and put it into a little canister. And so that's there are lots of different terms for them. They're sometimes called a rework, sometimes they're called a solder sucker, sometimes they're called a solder, like a vacuum rework, something like that. I don't know. There's lots of different names. But anyhow, they all have their purposes. When you have solder wick, or whether you have a manual solder sucker, or you have a motorized one, they all have their purpose and for different tasks. I mean, even though I have a motorized solder sucker, I still probably use wick more than anything for removing solder.
Bruce was kind enough to send me a solder sucker or a pump, a manual one, that is so good it actually sucks up the pads, components, and everything near it.
That's what we all ask for.
Yeah.
And Jay, it just makes removal of RAM sockets a breeze, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't.
There's no doubt about the fact that some of the worst things to ever have to remove from a circuit board are the RAM slots or PDS slots, you know, sort of connectors like that, with loads and loads and loads and loads of through-hole pins. They're an absolute...
Yeah, no thank you.
No, thank you. You're gonna have to at some point.
Send them to Bruce.
So, Thomas, what you're looking at the moment, you're looking at Dan there, working on this board. Steve is still doing his own thing. I believe he's listening to us. And he's basically just punishing himself for the 840 AV.
It's more or less, yeah, Steve. He's been working hard on that one this whole time.
I have to step away for a few minutes, but the second tip I wanted to give is when you're soldering and you are enjoying yourself, time flies. This stream has been going on for 3.5 hours now.
Oh my God.
And regardless of what you solder, what kind of equipment you have, you can have the best of the best microscope, Barlow lenses, you name it. There is no good way to have a decent posture while you're soldering.
Yeah.
So once in a while, just stretch it out, get up, walk around, because you're going to feel it in your neck by the time you're done.
That is very sound advice. Yep, definitely take your breaks when you're soldering. Otherwise, you will get a sore neck, sore back, you know, all that sort of stuff.
Question from the audience before I go. How many burnt fingers has Dan encountered yet? None. The guy is a damn natural.
None yet.
Yep. Thus far, he has shown the iron all the respect it deserves.
Should show you guys a Warhammer model after this. Let's see if I can find one. I finished pulling those 751s up, though. I'll be back in 1 sec.
Yay! I'm actually just wiring up some wires to mine so that we can connect some power to a little bit later on and hopefully make it work. We don't know. There's no way of knowing if it will actually work until I try. I think I built it right, but I don't know. I actually have a board here at the moment of Dan's, which I am going to be doing a video on, and I'm very slack for not having done it yet. I've written the script for it, but I just haven't actually recorded it yet. And
okay, sorry, go ahead for a second. Sorry, I just interrupted.
It is about what to do if you've been soldering stuff, in particular recapping, and it doesn't work afterwards. And that's a really important thing when you're doing soldering stuff, because sometimes things don't work afterwards, and you often need to go back and check your work, make sure you've done everything right, you haven't missed anything, you haven't put any components on backwards, you haven't created any bridges on ICs, that sort of stuff. So just it's another little tip I would give to people. Check your work thoroughly if things aren't working the way you would expect.
All right, I grabbed a Warhammer model. This guy's not like entirely finished, but that's a good example of the kind of stuff that you.
That is crazy, man.
Are you?
And then if you, yeah, for a good amount of that stuff. So
how did you get a model of me?
Let's see here. So there's little bits on these models, like, you know, pustules and stitches in the stuff. So this one's not finished, but like I don't know. I'm getting this. It's terrible because it's not. It's like super blurry. Let's see if there's
that's really impressive. Is that a 3D print model or clay?
No, that's an actual plastic model from Warhammer.
Nice.
Anywho, that's one of the big ones. There's a lot of stuff that's even way smaller than that, like infantry. Ugh. Okay. So, Bruce, we have everything in the circle now.
Excellent. So there are a few more that we need to do there as well. And namely, they are R65, R66, R67 and R68. So they're the ones in the corners up there with the little
What do they
diode
use?
and the little transistor there as well.
Do you know which ones they're using?
Sorry, that's the you need to use those seven, the ones you've been using in the circle.
Oh, ooh. Okay, I'm gonna have to keep the.
He thought he was done with Wick.
Yeah, that's right. We need 4 more. 4 more, and then you're free.
The wicking continues. I've got a plan here.
These traces
Uh-oh.
are so
Look,
damn hard.
he's already innovating. Look at this. He's gonna drag Wick.
Oh wow!
We're gonna. I got the idea when I noticed the fridge was cold.
Marge, could you set the oven to cold?
Now you might find with drag wicking that you're gonna get stuck a lot.
Don't pull.
Bruce and Steve, I thought you guys were here to teach this guy how to do it, but he seems like he doesn't need you at all.
Yeah, I guess we're just dead weight at this point.
Yep, he's definitely getting the hang of this quick smart.
Dan, I'm going to send you over my quadriboard. You can fix that for me, right?
I don't know what I would even do with that.
He would accidentally drop it on the floor and fix it.
I would just wish that someone would come and help me.
And everyone's like, oh, wait, that? No.
Can I throw another quick tip in there?
Absolutely.
I would love that.
In the time I have been hanging out with you gentlemen, I've seen quite a few people in the chat that either already solder or wish they could solder or have plans to solder at some point. Now, if you get started with a 2017 MacBook Air or anything past 2010, well, anything after 2010, as far as Mac is concerned, there are no markings on the board like you see on this one with the Q and the R and all that stuff. On the older stuff, pretty much everything is marked, typically. And it helps to know what is what, so you don't look at a board and are just a little overwhelmed by everything you see. So there is a list that I'll send to Dan later on so he can put it in the description of all the component codes, like the C is a capacitor, D is a diode, F is a fuse, and all that stuff. It's a fairly short list, but it helps to have it as a reference. So even if you're looking for a specific part or you want to ask a question on a forum, you can say, oh, I need a power resistor or a transistor for this and that, and it can help you out.
Getting dangerously close here.
It wouldn't be the worst thing if we got to the end of our journey fairly soon.
Well, you might just have to work faster. Just put it this way. I have finished this one.
Okay.
So if at any stage you might just say, you know what, I need to go eat something or chuff something or something like that, you can basically we can always just fire up mine. So and see if this one works.
Oh yeah, you know what? I'm pretty much just gonna finish these 750s, I think, and then maybe we'll take a look at yours.
So I mean, what you have to do after you've done those 750s, you've got I think a 105 and a few 103s, and then you have I think that's there's a couple of capacitors that need to go down there as well.
Yeah, I've only got a few capacitors left, basically, and then like a.
You should have a little packet there that has only got 2 capacitors in it. It's a little clear packet that has 2 capacitors only.
I got one with 3.
That might be the one.
Yeah.
I only got 2. But I might have bought the cheap one.
You know what would be great, Bruce?
What's that?
If there was a way I could take like a very detailed image of this board and invert it so it wasn't like brown on brown, like traces and solder mask.
One of the worst things. Oh, excuse me. There are two things that I hate about the 840 AV. I mean, if it's a working 840 AV, I love it, unless you have to do upgrade RAM. That's a real pain in the backside because of some stupid design. But I have a lot of nostalgia associated with the 840 AV, so I do love them. But what I hate about working on them is, number one, most of the boards are black with, very hard to see, kind of like slightly different shade of black traces on them. And not only that, the traces are incredibly thin, which means that if there's any corrosion on the board, the difference between a good trace and a dead trace is really, really small because they're so thin, they corrode away really, really easily. So that is that's one of the reasons why I hate working on them.
That's a fair reason.
Hey, Dan.
Yes, sir.
If you find once in a while it becomes a bit harder to solder or wick stuff, don't forget to jam your iron into that copper ball once in a while, because all that flux and stuff, it builds up a layer on the tip, making it less effective.
Well, gotta keep it clean, though.
Yep, clean tip, man.
And just worth mentioning that when I'm soldering stuff, it is virtually now habitual for me to give a couple of stabs on that before I put the iron back in the holder, because that's just it's kind of just routine now that I just go stab.
I'm doing it like quite a bit, actually.
What I would like to say, this is a little tip for people who don't solder every day like I do. If you're someone who does a little bit of soldering here and there and your iron might get put away for a few weeks or something like that, what I would suggest is before you put the iron away, get some nice fresh solder onto the tip of your iron before you switch it off. It will help protect that tip if it's there with solder on the outside rather than not having solder on the outside, because the solder on the outside will stop your tip from corroding while it's not being used. So
interesting.
A little tip for people who are, sort of not the everyday solderers. Just, melt some fresh solder onto the tip of your iron before you switch it off and let it cool.
Excellent tip. I know they sell separate little containers of tip tinner or just tinner.
Yep.
But just putting solder on there is the same thing.
There's actually little tubes of stuff you can get called tip cleaner. I have some floating around here somewhere. Don't ask me where, but I do have some somewhere. And it's a little metal tin, and you can just poke your iron in it. It helps to clean it. Once again, these are things that I tend not to use because I use the iron so much. If I reached a point where the tip of one of my my irons was, I don't know, sort of bad enough that it would need tip cleaner, I'd probably just buy a new one because they're all getting used so much.
Bruce, I just put 2 capacitors on C27 and C26.
Yep. So now, are they the right capacitors?
I have no idea, but they were the ones that came in that 3-pack.
That'll be them. You're good. Yep, absolutely. So then what we have now, you should have one little thing that has only one resistor in it. It's like one tiny, and I think it's a 105 written on it.
No.
What are the little three? What are the 3 that are there just underneath Army Painter? I just dropped my mouse.
Okay, so this 3-pack, 2 of those were capacitors.
Oh yes.
And those are currently in the spots that I just put them. There's 1 capacitor left from there.
Okay, and that's definitely a capacitor. It doesn't have anything written on it?
No, it's got the brown center.
Yeah, okay, cool.
Dan, sorry to interrupt, but where the 2 empty strips are above the board, if you go like 3 squares up on the green mat, is that a little component laying there?
Right here? Yeah, this is a very small capacitor as well.
So what we're hunting for now is we're hunting for resistors with the numbers 105 written on them and 103.
These are all way too tiny for me to read. This is all I have left, though.
Well, are there any on the board that are 105 and 103 already?
Yeah. I got a 105 here.
Yep.
Where'd that come from?
Got any 103s?
Go fish.
Yeah.
So you only need one 105. So if you've got a 105 there, whip him off.
Okay. Come to daddy.
My neck is hurting, and I'm tired of cursing at my board. So I may retire to the couch and watch you in a better, comfier position.
That's all good. I think we're going to retire ourselves fairly soon.
Well, thank you for having me on, Dan. I hope you learned something by me shouting at you.
I learn every time you shout, Steve.
I
Subscribe to
definitely
Dan. Subscribe.
The best lesson that I think Dan got from Steve today is the lesson we all got, and that is don't repair an 840 AV.
Just send them to me. Just send them to me.
Let it stay broken. Okay, where does the 105 end up, Bruce?
Sorry?
Where does the 105 go?
The 105 is going to go into position R49.
Okay. Next to the 103.
That's creepy, Bruce. That's very creepy.
Sorry.
Not sure what happened there, but I trust that it was sufficiently weird.
It was.
Okay.
Now, I haven't highlighted any chat for a while because everybody is just kind of talking amongst themselves.
Awesome. Okay, we got the 105 in, Bruce.
Excellent. So if the only ones you now need to find you need, I think, 5 of the 103 variety.
Yeah. It's amazing. I have a 103 on the R48, and I have 4 of them on the R61 to 64. I don't have any.
Oh, yeah, no, okay. So we've already done those, haven't we? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, we're good. We're good.
So what's missing? Is there anything missing left?
I don't know. I don't think so. A D1 and R50.
Okay, so D1. Okay, so let me just have a look. R50.
Just gonna open the window.
Just looking now. Okay,
You finally got up to stretch.
Okay, so R50 is meant to be another one of the 7, the ones you've been tearing off the board. The 7.
You might have to repeat that because he wasn't wearing his headphones.
Wait, sorry, Bruce, say that again.
So R50 is another one of those 7 that you've been removing. 751. Yep.
And what about D1?
D1 is just another one of the light emitting diodes.
Oh, okay. I got one of those left over too.
Yep, you just yes, sorry, bub.
Oh shit.
He just needs 86 subs to reach 1,000. Who does? Oh,
Probably me.
and does.
Wow, getting pretty close, and you've got your 4,000 hours, haven't you?
I do now that we've been live streaming.
Yeah. Yeah, it's you're in the same situation that I was in, that I already had the hours before I had the subs, so I was just counting down for those subs when I was heading towards that monetization.
I had the subs, but nobody was actually watching my stuff, so it took me a while to get the hours.
Jay, are you the one responsible for the famous bird bath or whatever?
Of course. Well, not responsible, Bruce is responsible, but I did it.
Yeah, I said to him, look, if you want to just clock up some hours, just, point the camera at something for hours and hours and hours on end and just leave it there.
Although I did a little experiment yesterday with, I had to work on my Mac Pro, so I did this. It has an official name, I don't know what it is, where everything you do has its own camera angle. So I did that yesterday, and it's something I will be doing again because I like the style.
Professional video creation.
I thought it was pretty. It was pretty slick. I enjoyed it. The only criticism I would give, and you have already mentioned this, is I just think some of the cuts could be tightened up. So just going from one view to the next, just tightening those up a little bit. But it was very entertaining and pretty darn slick, I thought. So yeah.
Well, thank you, and I will take that criticism from anyone but you, because it was your fault that I lost track of where I was cutting because I was watching your live stream.
Yeah, that's fair enough. I'll
Okay,
take
Bruce,
that.
everything in the middle is complete now.
Right, now I just realised that we may have an issue because you don't have a power supply, so we might have to just look mine instead.
No, let's just look at yours. I'm fine with that.
So essentially what you need to do now in order to test that is you need to connect 5 volts to those 2 little pads at the bottom, the plus and the minus. You see that there? So we've got plus there, minus. I've attached a couple of little leads to it. Or even though the instruction says 3 to 12 volts, it is 5 volts that this thing wants in order to perform properly. Okay. So I have connected up these wires. I have then connected up. I've got a bench power supply that I have here. So a bench power supply is one where you can just set the voltage to whatever you want. One of the great things with bench power supplies is you can short them out as well if you want to, and they don't get upset. So I've just got these wires. I'm just going to connect my power to this, like that.
And if Dan would really want to see this through, he could just grab a 9-volt battery later on.
Yeah, I don't know that it will work properly with 9 volts because I have just, while we were sitting here, tested this with between 3 volts and over, and really it only does what it's supposed to do when it's set on 5 volts. So, yeah.
Right, well, let's have a peek.
Okay, we ready? 3, 2, 1, and...
Look at that. Holy God.
So we're going to nice little... And can I tell you something? It does lose something on the camera. It's actually really quite wonderful and vibrant and colourful to look at with the nude eye. So we've got the 4 green ones on the outside. We've got a little flashing red one in the middle, and then we've got this little chaser going on around the outside of that red one going around there.
I am mesmerized.
I'm loving it.
And so just for the sake of the naysayers, if I drop this down to 4 volts, the chaser stops.
Okay.
So you think there's a clock? One of those ICs is a clock or something that operates?
Yeah, it will be. I'm sure it will be. I would say probably, maybe, possibly. So yeah, I mean, these would be fairly sort of basic. What have we got in here? We've got a 555, which is that's a standard like little timer. You'll often hear about people when they're getting into electronics referring to a 555. They're like a little timery, switchy thing. If you're going to have things like this flashing, you need your 555. I know enough about electronics to know that. But it also has a thing called a 4017. Now I don't know that off the top of my head what it is, but that's one of the other things. And the 4017, I believe, is the thing that is driving the spinny thing. I'm pretty sure 4017 is doing that little guy. So, yeah. Yes, 555, it appears to... It's what is actually outputting a clock signal. So, yes, 555 is providing the timing for this. So
While you were reading that, Dan threw his cat out the window.
I did no such thing. But I'm going to give this a little wash with some ISO. Clean it off.
So I must ask, how many strips how many strips of resistors, components, and stuff did you get? Because I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 big strips, 2 little strips. These are the LEDs, and nice of them to give a few extras of those. And then I also got I got one that just had one single component in it.
So all the stuff that he didn't get, you got double.
So these are the 2 that I have remaining. Everything else got used. And they are like micro tiny and then tiny.
So
and
those are the ones needed for down the edge here.
Yeah.
Those little micro tinies for running down the edge here. That's these ones here. They're the 0402. And I have to say, from my perspective, while you can solder those without a hot air station, I would say that the easiest way to solder these smaller ones is with a hot air station. And I'll just very, very quickly show now, and I'll show you why I say that. Because when we look at just how unbelievably tiny they are, just 10 more minutes, guys, just 10 more minutes. When we look at how incredibly tiny they are, let's just go into your scope view. This will only take me a second. I want to just show you how easy it is to put these components on. So if we get the blobs of solder on the pins there, apply a little bit of flux, we get the teeny tiny little guys. So these are resistors here. Get out.
Use the eyebrow tweezers.
This is starting to piss me off. Let's try it from the other side. Oh, this is easier. That one's already up. Okay, there we go. Here's a little tiny weeny component. I mean, you can see just how small it is. Now, the reason why these, when they get this size, get so difficult to solder without a hot air station is they're so small that even putting a little bit of heat on one side for a very short period of time is enough to melt solder on the other side. So you solder it down on one side, then when you go to put the solder on the other side, it melts and gets stuck to your iron. So they're quite difficult. But when you look at using a hot air station, if I hold this here in roughly the right position, I apply some heat, the solder grabs hold of the component and it pulls it into position. I mean, to the point that if I actually do this, okay, so you see I've deliberately made that off kilter.
Yeah.
I put a little bit of flux on it, apply some hot air, and the solder pulls it into position. You see why it actually...
Oh, that's so weird. That's cool.
That's actually because of the surface tension of the solder. It's wanting to form into a little ball, and that component is small enough to just get pulled into position by that solder. So doing that in particular, if you're having to do a lot of those components, doing that with a hot air station is really, really quick and way less fiddly than trying to do that with an iron. Any size up from that, 0603, if we go with 0805, 1206, it's still relatively easy to do those with an iron. But once we get down to, sort of 0402 and smaller, because yes, they do come out a lot smaller than that. If I can just grab my little thing here it is. This is an electronics hobbyist torture kit, which I did a while ago. 1206, that's the bigger one. Then we come down to 0805, and then we come down to 0603, and then you can see those 0402s that we were just looking at then. And then we are down to 0201s, and then we are down to 01005. And I can, by the time we get down to those little guys, it is Nightmare City. So, So
do you find those on like a lot of new stuff?
I have never ever come across 01005s on an actual device, but I have come across 0201s. If you're going to work on, say, a MacBook like a MacBook Pro, you will be finding lots and lots of 0201s on there. So you know you do.
That I don't doubt. Yeah, that's interesting that those tiny ones though you haven't seen. Yeah. Anyway.
Yeah.
Well, he needs to work on.
I guess they all come in different sizes.
Yes, I was going to say, you know, if I was working on things like iPhones or an Apple Watch or something like that, I'd probably see them in those. But yeah.
Oh, like the truly really small components.
Yeah. So, yeah. Alrighty.
Well, that was
All right.
awesome.
I need to be front anymore. You're the ringleader.
Bruce, I just want to say thank you so much. You've been a fountain of knowledge here. We could not have done this without you. I could have done it with Steve, and then him and I would have just probably fumbled our way through it. We'd be singing songs. It'd be like two drunk guys hanging outside of a deli. Anyway.
Well, I will say that Steve would have been able to provide you with very sound tutorial for this.
I'm sure he would have. Yes.
He clearly wanted to torture himself today.
Anyway, I got to say thanks again to you for that and showing us everything and taking us through all the different sizes and all that kind of stuff and setting up the equipment. And you know, you were the one who suggested the equipment, so awesome having you here. And Jay, thank you so much for sticking around. I mean, it was nice having you come in. Lots of tips, reading comments. You know, couldn't have done it without you. Anyway, now that I've learned how to solder the tiniest of components available, I feel like I am now ready to move on to some actual classic hardware. So we'll see.
The next thing you need to look into is the term that they refer to as rework, and so that is where you take something that has already been soldered and you are unsoldering it. Now, you did do a little bit of that today, moving those components that you'd already soldered on, so that's officially, you did some rework today. But once we then start getting into the recapping side of things, removing old caps, putting on new ones, particularly with old scrunchy computers, that can be a bit of fun.
No, I don't have to twist them off either. I can.
Hopefully not.
All right. Well, you know what? Let's call it there. It's 11 o'clock Central Standard Time. Bruce, what is it like?
It is 2 p.m. Definitely time for me to have some lunch.
Yeah. Bruce, enjoy your lunch. All right. Okay, well, wait, Vintage Hillbilly Shack, where can I find one of those kits y'all were soldering on? These little boards are available on Amazon or AliExpress. I think Bruce had...
Yep, I did put a link in before, but what I would say is if you jump onto Amazon and you do a search for SMD Practice Kit. So just do a search for SMD Practice Kit, and you will find them on AliExpress. Amazon. I mean, if you even just did a Google search, you'd probably get a whole bunch of shopping results coming up there. So SMD Practice Kit.
Exactly. And they're cheap. It was like $10 Canadian. So go wild, folks. Anyway, have a good night. We are out of here, and happy Saturday and Sunday if you live in Australia.
Bye.